kailangan marami na iba.
A pleasant Sunday afternoon to all. Welcome to the second day of the Research Colloquium of the DAP Graduate School of Public and Development Management. My name is CJ Almodal and I am your host for today. I hope that you are all doing well and you have taken your lunch because we are going to need energy this afternoon as we listen to 8 research fellows who will present their working papers on sustainable development goals and futures thinking. Before we proceed, we at DAP-GSPDM would like to take this opportunity to thank the Senate of the Philippines, particularly the Senate Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking, headed by Senator Pia Cayetano, and the Senate Committee on Health, headed by Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo, for their support to us at GSPDM as we pursue our research initiatives. At this point, please allow me to introduce our moderator for this afternoon's session. She is a professor at the University of the Philippines National College of Public Administration and Governance. She is also the president of Kalayaan College, and she teaches at DAP-GSPDM in various programs. She is also the supervising fellow of our research programs. Friends and colleagues, please welcome our moderator, Dr. Maria Oliva Domingo. Good afternoon, Ma'am Lily.
Thank you very much, CJ, and good afternoon to everybody. On a Sunday afternoon, we are gathered here because we are drawn by a common interest to look into what's happening in the field of public administration, especially about groundbreaking research that is still ongoing, but already ready to be shared in their partial results. This afternoon, we're going to listen to 8 presenters, and please take note that since this is a work in progress, your comments, your recommendations, and your questions will be very helpful in allowing them to revise and complete their work. We are going to give each presenter, whether there is a single presenter or a group of presenters, a total of 20 minutes each to present per paper, and then we will give the floor to our designated reactor for comments and suggestions, and we will go through this process until we finish the 8 presentations, and then we will shift to our synthesis. So I'd like to invite all of you now to open your ears and start to be excited as we begin with our first presentation. Our first presenter is a colleague in the University of the Philippines. He is an associate professor and who graduated with a Doctor of Philosophy in International Relations and Affairs in the Middle East Technical University. He earned his master's degree in International Studies at the University of the Philippines and a Bachelor of Arts in International Studies at the University of the East. Dr. Nasef Manabilang Adyong is also the founder of 3 organizations: the International Relations and Islamic Studies Research Cohort, the Philippine International Studies Organization, and the Decolonial Studies Research Network. Dr. Adyong is going to present the results of his research on Muslim governance and Salafi orthodoxy in the Bangsamoro. Dr. Adyong, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Domingo, and thank you for having me here. My presentation would primarily discuss through the use of an exploratory design to frame research and as an inquiry and gain insights on Muslim governance. The presentation today will start addressing Muslim perspectives on authority and territoriality as imperative components of an ideal Muslim governance. Celine, do you have the yes PowerPoint? Yes, can we go to the next slide? Yes, okay. So you have that Muslim governance under the under within the components of authority and territoriality. But despite these ideal notions in Muslim history, the second section of this presentation presents an aberrant ideology that supplanted historical views on authority and territoriality. And I call this Salafi orthodoxy, which became the dominant political theology and had affected the security of contemporary Muslim Filipinos. Next slide. Now, in authority and Muslim governance, the concept of authority is one of the most difficult to assess because political authority is especially pretty much ambiguous. There is so much contestation over political authority because I think the primary reason why political and theological divisions emerge, for example, between Sunni and Shia, because of no instructions were implemented after the demise of the Prophet, may peace be upon him. You can see that the Prophet's multiple roles as religious founder, political leader, head of state, and spiritual guide comprised the key understanding of the concept of political authority. For example, his political and diplomatic abilities in concluding treaties such as the Medina Charter and the Hudaybiyah Treaty are worth, I think, emulating until this present day. Fazul Rahman, one of the contemporary Muslim scholars, argues that leadership in Islam stems from the Quranic revelation, and I posit it here in Quranic verse 3, chapter 3, verse 104, that recites, "Let there be of you a community who calls or the people to virtue, commands good and prohibits evil. They shall be the successful ones." Some would argue that authority belongs to Ummah, while others concerned that authority is only possessed by God. Iqbal, in his 1986 magnum opus, asserts that authority lies with God alone and that laws in Islam had already been legislated through the revealed Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet, may peace be upon him. And thus, the leader in this community or head of state has no legislative power, and if there is a need to alter or modify some laws, the leader must first appoint advisors and second subordinates altered laws to the primary sources of the religion. So in principle and in theory, supreme authority lies only with God or Allah and not with the ruler of the state. However, while Halak, in his The Impossibility of State in the Modern Times, or the Impossibility of Islamic State in modern times, he insisted that Islamic law derives its authority not just because it is believed to be the law of God, or for hermeneutically understanding, God did not reveal a law, but only textual signs or textual indications that were to remain empty of legal significance had they been left unexplored. Thus, I think that he is also suggesting that the agents of interpreting the text and making it into laws are solely are solely interpreted and done by the jurist. Um, and from in another perspective, Arjamand, in his article in 1988, opined that obedience is an important component of authority, as evidently stated in the Quran, chapter 4, verse 59, that you recite, "O believers, obey God and obey the messenger and those in authority among you." And those authorities, in my understanding, are entitled to issue commands, since Sunni Islam considers a caliph as the heir to the prophet, and the succeeding authorities and subjects are obligated to obey the caliph. You can also take a look at the writings by al-Barghouti. He stated that the political expression of authority is manifested through the creation of the dawla. The dawla is a political concept referring to any authoritative political arrangement that is not necessarily associated with supreme power or sovereignty. And through here can also opine that in Islamic civilization, the Dawla evolved into a caliphate as some of the earliest experimentation by Muslims in those days. Um, and but there is a sense that the for Shia scholars, they emphasize the infallibility nature of the leader or the imam, who has inclusive powers over the government's executive, legislative, and judicial roles. Because during the peak of the Abbasid dynasty, the leader the caliph actually possessed both religious and secular jurisdictions of authority. And that is a combination of an imam and a sultan. However, according to Ayubi, there should be an equilibrium or a balance of designation of powers, and these are distributed among caliph as guardian of the community and faith. Thus, the ulama or religious scholars also are involved in the function of rendering religious legal advice, and the judges actually also settle disputes in accordance to religious laws. The juridical authority of the leader, especially the caliph, serves as a political symbol I think unifying the ummah or the community. But as the Muslim polity evolves, the basis for this ideological unity is no longer attainable. And you can take a look at some of the writings by Ayubi and other scholars. Um, okay. Um, and another important notion here is Ayatollah Khomeini's Velayat Faqih, or the rule of guardianship by juries, that later became the central body of contemporary Shia political thought, who controlled which the state is controlled by a guardianship-based political system, while recognizing the absence of an infallible 12th imam, in accordance to the Shia belief in leadership. Now, in the modern period, and after the this integration of the Ottoman Empire in 1924, political authority broke into three types: the monarchical, dictatorial, and semi-democratic. The power of the ulama or the scholars weakened, and with the adoption of the modern nation-state system, and it was divided into two categories: the official ulama and the non-official or the independent ulama. According to Zaman, the official ulama are part of the state bureaucracy, so they are under the payroll of the state, while the non-official ulama are financially and politically independent of state control. And that's one of I think, the key characteristic of the golden age of Islamic civilization, where 90% of the ulama or scholars are highly independent and autonomous from the control of the state. Now, next slide. Now we'll go on to the territoriality, and here is has an essential understanding when Muslims try to comprehend the concept of territoriality. But in one of the writings of Derrick's in 2013 article, he pointed out that it has various synonyms, interpretations, and understandings among Muslim scholars. But depending on the context of its usage, the Ummah's usage in the Quran, it may mean Muhammad's closest followers, encompassing all living creatures, a mother, when it is translated in Arabic, a community, when you refer to the early communities such as the Sumerian, the Aramaic, and the Hebrew communities, or a unified Muslim world in the modern discourse, as pointed out by Mandeville in 2001 article. Um, you can also take a look that Ummah can also be expressed as a millah, which may mean a way, a path, or a cult under a divine ruler with a set of views and deeds. Uh, um, those are some of the characteristics of Ummah. But the first historical record of an established Ummah was when the Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, became the leader of different communities composed of Muslims, Jews, pagans, and Christians in Medina, or Yathrib in those previous times, which is now based in Saudi Arabia. The city of Medina cemented. The leadership was cemented by an agreed treaty or the Medina Charter, stipulating articles of collective security among these different religious communities. And according to Mandeville, this treaty provided an overarching sense of authority for an anarchic settlement because, and also in my view, it demanded complete loyalty from all factors. If it's so, it also effectively prevented the formation of unstable alliances between uh, 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 faith-based communities. Now, this the type of uh, this kind of type of ummah is actually envisioned by the Islamists. When we say Islamists, the political parties in Muslim states, and the jihadis also, the transnational organizations, with the aspiration of recreating and reviving in today's world. And this is, I think, as a response to Western modernity, or because of most Muslim states were subjugated to colonial rule. But however, most Islamists have come to accept the current political configuration of their states. Now, within this understanding, there is a kind of polity mentioned in the Quran, and which is called the dawla, which usually represented by a state or a country in the modern sense. According to Ayubi and other authors, the original meaning of dawla as used in the medieval era connotes to turn or rotate or alternate. It was even used to describe fortunes, vicissitudes, or dynasty, which was used during the Abbasid period. It was only then that it became territorial rather than communal, mainly because the one who presented this in a previous study by Al-Tatawi in 1801, in 19th century, that this idea of Vatan or fatherland or homeland became the first word to appear when Muslims were trying to conceptualize Dawla. But the word state, it appeared firstly in the Turkish Memorandum of 1837 in the later period of the Ottoman Empire. Now, territory is conceptually understood as the word dar, which in Islamic legal terminology means uh, which is also etymologically synonymous to house or makzi or place or balad or land or vatan, which is also home or place of residence. But this concept has many interrelated concepts with the political and legal dominance of the ruler over his jurisdiction. You can find these in the juristic categorization of worldviews among the Sunni Muslims, such as the Darul Islam or the abode of Islam or peace, the Darul Harb or abode of war or enemy, and the Rusul in times of treaty or amicable settlement between Muslim, the abode of Islam and the abode of war. Now, next slide. All right. Let me uh, go. I didn't discuss this Shia understanding of territoriality, but it primarily connotes the understanding that the Shia's worldview is based on the Quranic understanding of the Mustadafun and the Mustakbirun, or the world of the oppressed and oppressor. So that those are the things that differentiate the Sunni 8th century juristic interpretation of their worldviews between these three categorization or divisions, and those of the Quranic interpretation of uh, of the Shia. Now, the Salafi orthodoxy in the Bangsamoro, Salafia, which is widely misunderstood in both the Western and the Muslim worlds, is a very much complex term denoting various conceptualizations, especially when its philosophy is applied to practice. Salafis are not directly Wahhabis, mind you, especially the version espoused by Al-Afghani and Muhammad Abdu. Generally, it refers to someone or some group of people who devoutly emulate the first three Muslim generations, or Al Salaf al Sali. in all their life world system, including beliefs, acts, norms, and ritual performances. Their aim actually is to purify Islam and cleanse its creed
Last five
from,
minutes.
yes, from unwanted and deviant alien influences courted for over a millennium of corrupt Muslim societies, particularly found, and they targeted some theological interpretations by Maturidiyya, the Ashariya, the Mutazilites, the excessive taqlid or imitation to past jurists, the hermeneutics of Muslim philosophers, and they even accord Sufi practices such as heretical, and their ultimate enemy, of course, are the apostates, which they call it the Shia Muslims. Um, so I won't discuss here, but I'll just go here, which is the Middle Eastern Salafism in general, and the Saudi Orthodox in particular had entered the religious psyche of Filipino Muslims in the 1960s because of their petrodollars. The Middle Eastern Wahhabi version of Salafism in the Philippines appeared through scholarships offered to young men to study in their countries, funding the creation of Salafi mosque, madaris and organizations, and supplying arms to jihadi Salafis. And you can find many of these groups in Mindanao. And with the rise of such Saudi or Middle Eastern educated Filipino Muslims, traditional practices, and you can find this, the dichotomy or the opposing views between the traditional syncretic Islam, which is a fused, a cultured understanding of Islam in the Philippines, versus those of the Wahhabi Salafi Islam exported or imported from the Middle East, from the post-colonial Middle Eastern states to to Bangsamoro. And uh, so, for example, Abu Sayyaf, yeah, those are some of the examples. Uh, with the rise of these Middle Eastern educated Filipino Muslims, the traditional practices, norms, and folklores or customs began to gradually disappear. Customs such as commemorating the birth of the Prophet, musical expressions in singing and dancing, use of colorful traditional dress codes, women's right not to wear the Arab styled hijab, use of traditional linguistics on Islamic holidays, use of prayer beads, saying of more than 11 prostrations during the Taraweeh prayers, and many others are being practiced less because of the gradual influence of Salafi Muslims, Filipino Muslims. Now,
Last
indeed,
minutes.
yes, indeed, such as Arabized dress code and other cultural understanding from the Arab has paved the way for mainstreaming Islam in the Philippines. Um, what else? I think I will finish here, and I will be gladly listening to Eric's discussion.
Thank you very much, Professor Nasef. You opened our minds to different concepts that even in the Muslim world itself has different perspectives and many sources and therefore divergent views. Now let us listen to the reactions from our designated reactor. Our designated reactor is an assistant professor Political Science and International Studies at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Let us welcome Assistant Professor Erickson Calata.
Hello, good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for inviting me here today to give a reaction on the topic given to Dr. Nasef Ajong. So we learned the concepts of authority and territoriality in universities, and we also experienced them in contemporary politics and in our times. However, most of us have unfettered biases of these concepts towards a Western-centric understanding. Yes, I mean, we have this uninformed Western and gross bias, which we talk about when we talk about territoriality, authority, and the like. My question is, would there be any other means to understand these concepts beyond the canons of Western and European-Americocentric political terminologies? My second question is, why can religious texts or other non-Western sources be the basis for understanding these political terminologies? In doing this, however, others may find it a transgression to another principle which prohibits religion from interfering with state's action. Again, this is another Western canon of thinking. The paper of Dr. Nasif Adjong presents different perspectives in understanding authority and territoriality by arguing that although religions and religious dynamics may not be spared from the realm of politics, they may also be used to understand politics and concepts like authority, territoriality, governance, and sovereignty. Authority, territoriality, governance, and the like can be understood in many ways, both from the secular view and religious interpretations, between civilizational divides like European Enlightenment perspectives versus the indigenous perspectives, and as to time. Example of this one is the European-Americocentric modern interpretations versus the pre-colonial, post-colonial, and decolonial ways of thinking. As Dr. Adjong has clarified the Shia and Sunni divides in terms of authority and territoriality, he puts into the picture the many different ways on how we experience governance, the leader and follower, as between them or vice versa, and oppressor versus the oppressed. In my view, Wahhabi Salafiya's affects us to the colonial perpetuation of power, and this may be in two ways. It is an ideology that wants to monopolize or somehow secure power in all Muslim worlds from the inclusion of Western powers and and of course the Saudization of Islam. Within these frames, the proponents and adherents of Wahhabi Salafiyya perpetuate the Shia and Sunni divide in order to underscore the overarching discourse on how Filipino Muslims should view Philippine politics and governance. And with the recently framed Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao or BARM, the national government passes on to our Muslim brothers some modalities of power like reserved powers, concurrent powers, and exclusive powers. However, these powers that are very new to our understanding and even to our experience. As one of the country's leading expert in the interrelation of Islam and international studies, I hope that Dr. Ajong should address in his future researches what Quran and Islamic knowledge and philosophy offer to understand, interpret, and express these given powers for the benefit of the Bangsamoro people in particular and the Filipinos in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Calata. We have often called for indigenization, looking at the context in which governance is practiced. And indeed, the paper of Dr. Adyong is a refreshing insight into how we can look at such complicated concepts outside of the lens of our usual references, which are Western in nature. So I invite others who have questions to raise your questions or comments on the paper of Dr. Ajong. And of course, there is a challenge hurled at Dr. Ajong to continuously be the one to open the path towards widening our perspective, broadening our perspective, looking at different interpretations in the context of our own and local Muslim Bangsamoro perspectives. Okay, I think, well, there are no questions here or comments from the chat box. Any other comments from, we are giving you 1 more minute to post your questions if there are any. This is indeed for us, especially for us who are not familiar with the materials that you have searched it opens to us a new avenue at looking at how we can respond to the challenge of indigenization of our references and therefore our learning of such complicated, intricate, but refreshing perspectives for us to consider. Any comment, Dr. Ajong?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Domingo. Thank you, Eric, for that very insightful discussion of the paper. Yes, one thing that we need to learn is that I think we need to inculcate and probably accommodate this idea of digressing from Western canons of all the sciences, of all the knowledge bodies, in all of our learning materials, because in our lifetime we have been supplanted with in terms of theory, methods, praxis, epistemological understanding of knowledge that are highly Western that are highly and loyal to Western canon. So we are very much experiencing for the past century a Western, not Western actually, Eurocentrism in our lifetime. So I think that with these challenge of Eurocentrism in our lives, we need to digress from Western canons by talking to the authorities,
And you have
talking to the talking to the authorities, having a dialogue with the gatekeepers, because the gatekeepers are the one who perpetrating and also continuing the Western canons in all bodies of knowledge and political science and international relations and in all humanities and social sciences. So we need to talk to the authorities and Commission on Higher Education to include and accommodate a kind of indigeneity, a kind of decolonial construct of knowledge. So I think that's very much a challenge for everyone.
And I assume that that policy recommendation will appear in the final version of your paper.
Yes.
And you have demonstrated today that it is going to be difficult but possible to dissociate from us or look at other avenues for the understanding of such complicated concepts. So thank you very much, Dr. Adjong. And so we move on to our next presenter. Our next presenter is going to look into the importance of green spaces. Why should green spaces be important, and why are they not given the importance that they deserve, and what can be done in order to address this? And our presenter is an independent consultant in different consultancy firms, particularly the Development Academy of the Philippines. She earned her Master in Science in International Cooperation in Urban Development and Urban Planning under the Technics Universitat Darmstadt and University Grenoble Alpes. I hope I pronounced that well. She also holds Arts in Urban Design at the National University of Singapore. She also has a bachelor and postgraduate degrees from the Urban and Regional Planning, Transportation Planning and Architecture at the University of the Philippines. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, scholars, let us welcome Ms. Hannah Gonzalez, who's going to present to us her paper on developing, reclaiming, and democratizing green and open spaces. Together with her is Alexa Brillantes. Hannah, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Alexa has the slides. Let's start on slide number 3. Okay. So this is an aerial view of a city in Metro Manila. As you can see, the houses are so packed together, it is difficult to spot any green and open spaces. Based on the Green City Index research, We have an average of 5 square meters open space per Filipino. But the World Health Organization recommends 9 square meters. Urban planner Nathaniel Einsidel talks about statistics that are dramatic to him. So if you compare us to other cities, Singapore is at 47% of its land area with green space. Rio de Janeiro has 29%. New York is at 14%. Manila is at 0.03%. So we are really very far behind. Next slide, please. My favorite commentary about our situation comes from landscape architect Paulo Alcazaran. He gives us a cross-section of Metro Manila that includes large green and open spaces. These open spaces are Malacanang, the North Cemetery, the National Center for Mental Health, Wakwak Golf Club, and military camps such as Crame and Aguinaldo. So basically, to enjoy green and open spaces, kailangan ikaw ang presidente, kailangan patay ka na, you're mentally challenged, mayaman ka na golfer, o taga-military ka. So paano na yung iba? Next slide, please. So the UN Habitat recognizes that cities with green and open spaces demonstrate a commitment to improved quality of life. In fact, public amenities are not just for affluent communities. Research suggests they are even more critical to the well-being of the poor who often do not have spacious homes and gardens to go to. Now, this idea goes well with the concept of the SDGs in leaving no one behind. Next slide, please. So in all this, we definitely have to mention the pandemic. So with regards to the pandemic, these lockdowns have definitely stressed the need for green and open spaces. For our own health, may it be physical health or mental health, we all wanted to walk, exercise, get some fresh air, just see some people in a park. So this outdoor exercise was allowed under our MECQ category for quarantine. And another important factor in this is when the public transportation was shut down, the importance of our bicycle infrastructure, or actually the lack of it, was highlighted. So doctors have stated that outdoor spaces are 94% safer than indoor spaces. Next slide, please. This is why we have concentrated on SDG 11, which is cities, and target number 7, which is green and public spaces. So the statement goes, by 2030, provide universal access to safe, inclusive, and accessible green and public spaces, in particular for women and children, older persons, and persons with disabilities. Next slide, please. So in the Philippine context, we have these 3 documents to guide our built environment. Each one of these mentions the importance of green and open spaces. The Philippine Development Plan from NEDA discusses the expansion of green areas in urban areas. The National Urban Development and Housing Framework from the former HLURB discusses the promotion of adequate networks of public open spaces. The Philippine National Report of Habitat 3 discusses creating quality public spaces. So they all support SDG 11.7. However, they do not tell us how to operationalize the said statements. The challenge now is how to cascade it to the city level and local governments. Next slide, please. The slide before, I think. Yeah. So our main statement is this. In the context of Metro Manila, how can we increase the supply of green and open spaces available to the public? What are the current challenges? Next slide, please. So what are our objectives? We're going to review and analyze national documents and laws, review and analyze relevant guidebooks. We would like to define what exactly green and open spaces are and what our scope is for the study. We'd like to do a case study in Metro Manila, and we'd like to identify the challenges in implementation. For our expected outputs, we're going to do an inventory. This baseline data is really important for green and open spaces because without this first step, you cannot make any future decisions if you don't know the inventory that you have. And next is our recommendations. So next slide. So what exactly are we talking about? So in terms of public spaces, streets are public spaces. They include streets, avenues, boulevards, squares and plazas, pavement, bicycle paths. And for the public open spaces, they can include parks, gardens, playgrounds, public beaches, and riverbanks. Now, there's also different kinds of public open spaces, which can fall under these different categories. There's conservation, natural landscapes, parklands and gardens, linear parks, active open spaces. This pertains more to sports areas, civic spaces, and so on. The types of parks are also by size and by catchment area. So you will have parks that are considered small or local parks, neighborhood parks, sub-district parks, all the way up to regional parks and national parks. Next slide, please. So for our review-related literature, we took 4 guidebooks, and 2 of them were international. The first one is the Global Public Space Toolkit, From Global Principles to Local Policies and Practice by the UN Habitat. The second is The Hidden Wealth of Cities, Creating, Financing, and Managing Public Spaces by the World Bank. So both of these really concentrate on public spaces and how we can bring it down to the local level. Next slide, please. Our next 2 were local guidebooks. So the first one is not exactly pertaining to parks, but for planning city extensions for sustainable urban development by our local UN Habitat. And the next one is on public parks, open and green spaces. This is a development guide that already considers the comprehensive land use plans that is required of cities and municipalities in the country. Next slide, please. So what did we get from reading these? And these are some of the concepts that we have used and we will continue to use in the paper. So we found out about public space surveys, how to look at the quality of a public space, how to allocate for public space. There's so many different classifications of it. It can be by use, by land use, catchment area and size. There's also discussions here about how to assess your existing supply and also standards that you can aim for. So next, I hand you over to my co-researcher, Alexa.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hannah. So for our next step, we move on to the inventory and digital mapping. So since this study is about green and open spaces, For the purpose of this study, we have only focused on streets and public open space. There are three aspects of green and open spaces that must be considered for the successful planning and implementation of these green and open spaces. They should first and foremost be promoters of equity, and these three aspects ensure that. So that's the supply, quality, and distribution of green and open spaces. So for our inventory and digital mapping, we have started with the supply and distribution, and we will assess the quality in the later stages of the project. So when deciding on what city to focus on in Metro Manila, we chose Quezon City because it's one of the major cities in Metro Manila, and we are both very familiar with this city. Since Quezon City is relatively large, we focused first on one district, so we chose District 3. And you can see here that all the green and open spaces have already been mapped out. So in District 3, we have an estimated total of 2,200 hectares, and the total green and open spaces based on our research is only at 182 hectares. So that accounts for only about 8% of the total area of District 3. Since this study focuses a lot on the accessibility of green and open spaces to the public, we also mapped out the public and semi-public spaces among all the green and open spaces. And we were only able to count 4 different spaces. So you can see here that in the orange areas mapped out here are very small pocket parks located in the Project 4 area. So these are public spaces, meaning that they're open to all. And the semi-public spaces, which are mapped in red, are the Balera Filters Park, owned by MWSS, and Eastwood Central Park. So these we considered as semi-public spaces, which are privately owned public spaces, they are gated, but they're open to all. The rest of these green and open spaces that are still in green are private spaces, which means they are gated, and they're open to community members only. So when we counted these 4 different public and semi-public spaces, they accounted for about 55.95 hectares and accounted for about 2.5% of the total area of District 3. So we also started mapping out the streets within District 3, and among all the areas that we found there, we saw that these areas highlighted in red are the only streets that have established bike lanes. So what we first noticed is that they end abruptly in certain areas and are not really functional for cyclists who will be traveling far distances. So we have here 250 meters of bike lane along Commonwealth Avenue, and less than 1,000 meters along EDSA, and less than 1,000 meters also along White Plains. So as part of our findings, we decided to use the categories that were suggested by the local guidebooks in the Alliance for Safe, Sustainable, and Resilient Environments, where they suggested that green and open spaces be categorized according to land use. So we can see here that active open spaces account for most of the green and open spaces that we found. There was a total of 65 green and open spaces in District 3, followed by civic spaces, and then parklands and gardens, and utilities and services. So we also decided that it was important to categorize these 65 different green and open spaces according to typology, and we found out that 42% accounts for school grounds and amenities, which is the largest typology found in District 3. So these include Ateneo de Manila, Miriam College, and the grounds of smaller elementary schools, high schools, and colleges. This was followed by residential or membership amenities, and included here are subdivision parks, clubhouses, covered courts, and tennis courts, and also the grandstand and a park located in Camp Aguinaldo. The next, we found that sports facilities accounted for 11% of the green and open spaces in District 3. So these consist of golf courses, driving ranges, and recreation centers like a bike park, a racetrack, and a sports club. And only 6% of the areas of the green and open spaces are public parks, which have been mentioned earlier already, which is the two different pocket parks in Project 4 and the Balara Filters Park and Eastwood Central Park. So the pie chart on the right indicates
Last 5 minutes.
pie chart on the right indicates the green and open spaces in terms of their accessibilities. As mentioned earlier, only 3% is public, another 3% is semi-public, and the rest are all private green and open spaces. So our next steps are to further analyze the inventory, and this includes assessing the quality. Then we will be gathering data from relevant offices. We'll be conducting interviews, and finally, we will be doing the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah and Alexa. And now I'd like to call again on Professor Calata for his comments and reaction on the paper on green and open spaces. Professor Calata.
Thank you, ma'am, for calling me back. The paper titled Developing, Reclaiming, and Democratizing Green and Open Spaces by Hannah Gonzalez and Jacqueline Brillantes presents a policy-oriented and some legal frameworks in understanding the issue. The reality is, the problem brought about by urbanization and modernization in Metro Manila has been so worse that legal and policy solutions alone can cure the problem. This must be addressed socio-politically with the aid of future thinking. There is really a need to indulge social science theories like David Harvey's Right to the City and some post-colonial theories. In the era of urbanization, where a great amount of people choose to stay and settle in urban areas, any health-related catastrophes would be very chaotic. Unfortunately, at the height of rapid urbanization rose a new problem, the COVID-19 pandemic. And the highly urbanized world seems not being prepared of this pandemic. Chen notes in 2007 that human and environmental poverty and declining quality of life, among others, are some challenges that urbanization poses. Outside the urbanization's realm, the rural areas have equally sustained the wrath of the pandemic. Rural inhabitants have been long ridden by extreme poverty and lack of opportunity, and unemployment have also experienced a double burdensome effect of the pandemic due to limited access to green and open spaces, quality healthcare, and necessary public services. Urbanization caused cities to becoming more congested, which causes structural development to rise vertically. Hence, remaining vacant spaces, open and green spaces becoming succumb to vertical development, and spaces originally occupied by poor becoming an eyesore to elite urban dweller. While spaces becoming more subjected to neoliberal policies, housing and other attached services like education, livelihood, water, electricity, and other become inadequate, most especially to the poor and the underprivileged. What's left for green and open spaces? Definitely none. This pandemic affected everyone in the planet, people and animals, the living and the non-living things. Others may find this era as a difficult stage for human existence. However, this has also awakened our compassion and understanding for other people. For some, the new normal has changed the way we conduct and view our everyday life. We are subjected into home quarantines and lockdowns. The pandemic primarily affected the poor, especially the informal settler families living on the slums, along streets, and depressed areas in Metro Manila. The plight of the informal settlers has aggravated by the rise of the pandemic. They lost their jobs and source of income. Coupled with insufficient and untimely economic assistance, the government's strict home and community quarantines in line with the pandemic has orchestrated the further denial of space, movement, and dwelling among the informal settlers and ordinary Filipinos. On the other note, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the broken system in almost every aspect of human life, from personal to the political. The millions of Filipinos unemployed and underemployed have experienced the worst condition of life can offer. While millions of workers around the world lost their job, others have to stop their jobs because their companies have closed indefinitely. That is why we need to have spaces for relaxation and relief. But the more important question is, how do we develop, reclaim, and democratize green and open spaces under the grand era of commerce and capitalist and growth mindsets? Finally, I ask, how do we consecrate future thinking with decade-old problems? Of course, new field of sciences, especially social sciences, emerge to benefit society in general. Futures thinking must become conducted to find new ways of solutions and dwell deeper on old societal problems. To end, unless we do not repair old and dilapidated bridges, we cannot create or extend new roads. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Calata. Indeed, even before the pandemic, we have already been challenged in terms of open and green spaces, and the research that has just been presented to us confirm our suspicion that there is hardly any breathing space for us all. So the challenge now, which I hope Hannah and Alexa will include in the final version of their research, would be the questions, the challenge of Professor Calata here. What do we do to reclaim when spaces have already been occupied, have been claimed by other users? And how do we reimagine a future where there will be accessible open and green spaces for public use? So I hope you're going to include this in your paper. Is there a part of your research where you talk about how we are going to reclaim? Hannah or Alex?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for all the comments. Thank you, Professor Eric. Yes, that's what's going to be in our recommendations. Hopefully, I do have to say that this particular project is much harder than I thought. I always knew we had a lack of green and open spaces, but to actually figure out how it can possibly happen is really harder than we thought. So Alexa and I come from an architecture and design background. So we also really appreciate the socio-economic, political aspect that Professor Eric has pointed out. And we'll definitely take that into consideration.
So scholars and dear friends in the audience listening to this presentation, I know you're all excited and looking forward to the final version of this paper when Hannah and Alexa here will tell us there is a possibility to reclaim such green and open spaces. It might be difficult, but they will show us the way. So thank you for your paper presentation. And now we can move on to the presentation of the next paper and our set of presenters. The lead researcher is Dr. Malu Rebolida, who is like me. We are so many things in common, retired from the University of the Philippines, both engaged in the DAP-GSPDM, and both with a doctoral degree from the UP-NCPAD. But Dr. Malu specializes in political science, and she's going to present her paper that is jointly with Dr. Jalton Tagibao, who is an associate professor of political science and public management at the Department of Political Science of the University of the Philippines. Dr. Taguibao is also the program convener of the Data Science for Public Policy program of the UP Center for Integrative and Development Studies. Besides pursuing his postgraduate studies in Germany and Brazil, he has a Master in Public Management from UP Manila and a Doctor of Philosophy from UP Diliman. So they are going to present their paper on what do we do with our solid waste. And it reminds us that this is December, where we're going to have a lot of solid waste as we prepare for our Noche Buena. How do we take care of our solid waste? And Malu, Dr. Ed Gonzalez, who is also retired from UP, also part of the team, will tell us how do we promote sustainable production and consumption, how do we recover materials and recycle, and they're going to look at policies and best practices, data sets as they do so. So Dr. Malu, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. And we will ask Celine to do the logistics for us. May I know if I am coming in clear to everyone?
Very clear.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. So we will do your share screen. There you go.
Tapos,
Okay, so we are doing the paper entitled Promoting Sustainable Consumption and Production in the Philippines. Yeah. Yeah, am I okay?
Yes, you're okay.
Yes, promoting sustainable consumption and production in the Philippines. And we want to focus on materials recovery, recycling policies and data sets, and best practices for solid waste management. So this is really dealing with the Sustainable Development Goal number 12, which we are identifying in the next slide, which is also narrowed down to target number 5, indicator number 5. So SDG 12 is also given the acronym SEP in the literature, Sustainable Consumption and Production. So target 5, indicator 5 is narrowed down and focused on substantially reducing waste generation through prevention, reduction, recycling, and reuse, and through the recent trend for materials recovery. At the same time, we're saying that SDG 12 is interrelated with other SDGs, particularly 11, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 13, and 14. So these are really all interconnected. Next slide, please. So these are our research questions. Basically, we want to look at policies and action programs at the national and local level directed at SDG 12, the sustainable consumption and production. We want to look at cases of innovative and transformative policies and activities also at national and local levels, particularly on the critical issue of plastics use and how there is reduction of waste and recycling, reuse through materials recovery facility. And we also want to be able to track the monitoring and the evaluation of SDG 12 so that at the end of the 2030 year end, we know exactly what has happened. Next slide, please. So as far as our framework is concerned, we just have these key words to indicate how we are thinking. We want to be able to look at this from the perspective of environmental governance and be able to see what is going to happen in the future by building scenarios towards the end. The key point is sustainable development and production, consumption, and strategic overall sustainable development is linked to waste resource reduction and reuse. Next slide, please. These are the components. There are actually 9, but we would like to focus on the waste management component. Next slide.
Excuse me, Ma'am Malu. I think you just by accident muted your mic.
So the intervention points for sustainable consumption and production should really start with prevention, minimization, reuse, recycling, energy recovery, and very, very little should be deposited at the disposal site. Next slide, please. So we would like to also have the perspective of collaborative governance by looking at our stakeholders, the national, local government, private business sector, civil society, NGOs and POs, communities, and cities and individuals as well. We want to be able to look at partnerships and multi-sectoral formations and platforms, and also global, national, and local levels for vertical and horizontal interactions. Next slide, please. So here we would like to be able to focus more specifically on policy. And I have our colleague here, Dr. Ed, to share with us the policy framework that can help us understand better Sustainable Development Goal number 12 and the interventions that we will be looking at. So may I pass on the floor to Dr. Eduardo Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Malu. I hope everybody can hear me.
Very clear.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thanks. So as Malu has said, we're using the production and consumption framework for waste management. And of course, first of all, we want to make the market work, before any government intervention can take place. When we say that the market works well, we say that the amount of waste generated and managed at each level of the hierarchy that Malu has shown should be observed. And this is in terms of the resources in product manufacture, what the sellers are using, the producers, the land resource for waste disposal, landfills, of course, potential resource value post-consumer waste for materials recovery. This is the recycling part, and the natural environment. Of course, this is affected because of the waste coming from leachate, pollution, greenhouse gas emission, etc. And of course, very important also are the time and other resources for collection and treatment. Next slide, please. But the market fails, and of course, this is the starting point for justifying government intervention. How does the market fail? First, we have information asymmetry. In product design, there's always a lack of knowledge and confusion about what packaging may or may not be recycled. We also have adverse selection when the sellers of recyclables are unable to transfer information to buyers due to the unobserved quality of the material. Okay, externalities. Again, in product design, the producers typically do not bear the cost. For example, the cost of pollution that is passed on to bystanders. Then there are materials that are difficult to recycle because producers need also to cater to what? Consumer demand. For instance, they use a wide variety of colors for glass bottles. And this is very hard, very costly to separate for recovery. Okay. Externalities too in the downstream part, landfilling. Of course, there are negative reactions from the immediate vicinity of the site, those who are living near the site itself. There are emissions to the atmosphere, greenhouse gases, and there are leachate levels that are, flowing into our oceans. Next, please. Okay, in the production and consumption framework, of course, we need to make decisions. And from the producer side, the decisions have to be on raw materials, recycling process, product design for waste reduction and cycling. And on the consumer side, there has to be decisions on product purchasing, how do we limit waste and disposal or recycling options? So we need to educate, of course, consumers about this. Next, please. Oh, okay, back to Malu.
We are just very briefly saying that we are really doing both quantitative and qualitative, and we use the mixed methods. Our data sets would be both descriptive and whatever quantitative data we can get from the agencies. It's not necessarily primary data for the quantity. We will use a lot of the secondary data and the literature review. So in the next slide, here we show you briefly some of the findings. So we will narrow this down because in the interest of time. As far as our stage of data collection is concerned, we have been able to look at the policy and the legal framework to begin with. So you have the list here, which I will not elaborate any further. The next slide will show you the action plan for the SDG 12 from the National Economic and Development Authority. There is now an action plan to facilitate economic growth from natural resource. So this is linked to the extraction of natural resources, production and consumption. We also would like to take a look at the circular economy and the recycling process. And as of 2018, the SDG 12 has received support from the ADB, and NEDA has engaged in the formulation of the SDG action plan in line with Ambition Natin 2040. So the intention is to go from the institutional to the community and the individual level. The next slide, we show you the action plan for SDG 12 in the Philippines in terms of the thematic areas. There are 3 thematic areas: resource conservation, cleaner production, waste management, sustainable business and lifestyle, and we are focusing on waste management. So here in the right side of this slide, the action plan has certain assumptions, activities, output, outcome, and impact. And we want to highlight that there are regulatory interventions also for promotion, and others, there are at least 4 that will allow us to have impact by improving the materials in production, that they are not really end products or one-time use, and consumers are not also one-time consumers, but all of these get back into the circular economy, and we are not wasting our resources. The next slide, Dr. Ed will share with us some common findings on interventions regarding plastic use, sanitary landfills, which we look at as some proxy indicators of production and consumption, since the studies are really very limited, directed at SDG 12. And we are just beginning to build up the kind of literature that we need to be able to support policy for improving production and consumption until waste disposal for resource recovery. So Dr. Ed, the floor is yours again.
Okay, thank you, Malu. These are preliminary findings, on plastics use, for instance. We have the pay-for-use system, being enforced by Quezon City. So I think it has paid off, in terms of the limitation of of plastic bags in supermarkets and other groceries. Other LGUs have taken steps also to regulate the sale and use of plastic bags. Apart from Quezon City, you have Muntinlupa, Los Baños, Burgos and Ilocos Sur, and San Marcos and Isabela. The plastics industry itself, the producers, have taken on some voluntary measures. Examples are in-store recovery programs with selected supermarkets and the introduction of OXO biodegradable plastic bags. Next, please. Okay, very interesting here is the waste to energy technology. This is an invention that processes MSW to generate energy in the form of electricity and or heat. So very, very recyclable. And it's approved by the DOE The first WT facility has been installed, but unfortunately, it's not operational. No? And despite the potential, there are problems associated with it, lack of financing and management support at the local levels, and the conflict with the Philippine Clean Air Act, which prohibits incineration, because incineration is part and parcel of the WTE technology. Next, please. Okay, there are also initiatives in composting, waste picking and recycling. Informal sector, of course, the informal sector, our scavengers, are very much into this. They are a key, player. Although it brings out also this moral hazard problem, because do we perpetuate this kind of situation for them, since they lessen the cost of LGUs in terms of transport, recycling, disposal, recovery, etc. But is it fair to them? Okay. There are also composting and recycling activities generated in other parts, like in Cebu, generating new jobs for poor residents. And there are also things that have been initiated by NGOs, on craftsmanship, parang recycling, waste materials into baskets, etc. Next, please. Okay, in the landfill facility aspects, we have 3 case studies, Cebu, Isabela, and Negros Occidental. They have demonstrated capacity to establish and operate sanitary landfill within their limited resources. Kaya lang, they still need national assistance in terms of landfill infrastructure funding and technical expertise and know-how in designing, constructing, operating, and monitoring landfills. Okay, I think Jal would be the next speaker.
Dr. Jal.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ed. I hope, ma'am, that I am also coming in loud and clear.
Very clear.
Thank you, ma'am. Next slide, please. Okay, so for my part, at least with the time left, let me just quickly discuss the data that we've collected so far, the ways and the issues and even challenges in the accounting of the progress of SDG 12 and particularly target number 5. Of course, we have to recognize that all aspects of our SDG monitoring, our SDG planning, including solid waste management planning, are all predicated on supposedly sound data and sound, reliable, available data, so that it could well be managed. And this is the result of at least the part of the research that I have conducted together with Dr. Malu and Doc Ed. I looked at the available national data sets and even local data sets if they were published already, and preliminarily these are what the things that I've found and also some of the observations. So the monitoring of SDG 12 target 5 is really going to be centered on or at least you have at the forefront the Philippine Statistical Authority through the Philippine Statistical System. And so there are data source agencies that have definitely contributed their data to this repository, so that there will be at least more centralized or mainstream tracking of the progress. These are the DILG, the MMDA, the DOE, to name a few. And thus far, given the status of the data on SDG 12, around 94% or 78% of the indicators have already or are expected to be updated or are being updated as of the moment, based on a 2019 statement coming from the PSA. However, despite this, of course, we see all the efforts at the national level. There are data gaps, needs, and also issues. Well, for one, there definitely will be unavailability of some important data that create a bit tensions and create certain contradictions. There was a declaration, for instance, data saying that the SDG has already been achieved, but then afterwards this has been corrected. So we are definitely interested in looking at the status of the data streams coming from the local to the regional to the national levels, and how these are supposed to be collected at the disaggregated level and eventually put together to come up with at least a clearer picture of the status of our progress as far as accomplishing SDG 12 Target 5 is concerned. We have to go back to that target that it has to be done or there has to be changes by 2030. So there are a lot of interventions that are required, a lot of challenges that need resolution, not only at the national level, but also at the city and municipal level, because the levels and the requirement for granularity of data, accuracy, reliability of data are needed in order for us to say that we have incurred change through our policy interventions, our programs, and our projects. I will just reserve some of the details if in case some of these are going to be asked later on during the discussion. So for now, thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Malu, Dr. Ed, and Dr. Jal. And let's now listen to the reaction of Dr. Chris Berse.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Rebulida, Dr. Gonzalez, and Dr. Teguibao for the presentation. Thank you, Ma'am Lily. This is a very interesting topic, and I think highly relevant, of course, as already expounded by the researchers. And as of, for example, solid waste management is a real problem in the country, especially for Metro Manila. What I've learned in the past few days is that we're producing so much waste, 40,000 tons a day for the whole country as of 2016, and about 1/4 of that come from Metro Manila. And if we include the regions surrounding Manila, like Calabar Zone and the Bulacan area, we account for about almost half of the total 40,000 tons. And the ADB is even expecting that the solid waste that we produce will increase in the years to come to as high as, I think, in triple digits even. So 6 digits, I mean, of tons. So again, this is a very, and also very challenging, because it's not that, I understand it's not really very easy to track solid waste data, and especially if we take into account both the consumption and production side. And you have, that's why I'm also happy to note that you actually included it in as the last component of the research, because I think any good policy intervention when it comes to any problem for that matter starts with data. And so maganda po ito. I was just thinking if you mentioned, for example, the role of the private sector businesses, as especially for example in the context of the market failures and so on. But I was wondering if you would want to also in the interviews or in the other methods of data collection, you would consider looking into the perspectives also of the industry as a producer, because I think a successful solid waste management program can only be as successful in as far as we get the cooperation also of the producers. And baka may ganun din, because right now we maybe were able to capture the role of the private businesses as a consumer. In fact, I account for like 40% for Metro Manila. So that's number one, how we can actually incorporate also into the thinking, especially when you think about foresight and futures, the elements of the study. How do we include that? And number two, has something to do with the emergent wastes or the emerging wastes that beyond the traditional solid waste, like talking about, for example, let's say electronics waste, or even hazardous waste, or in the context of the COVID, for example, the infectious medical wastes. How are we going to incorporate that in the, definitely these are the kind of things that we cannot reuse or redo or recycle, but maybe there's a way around it. And in terms of innovation, I like that Doc Ed presented some of the innovative approaches, the waste to energy and so on. But I was thinking also in terms of how can we explore innovations also in the context of maybe this new kind of or wastes in the future. I was thinking like if we do some kind of a futures exercise, maybe there will be a shift in terms of the composition of the kind of waste that you would generate. So that's one in relation also to innovation. So number two, and then number three would have something to do with residual waste. What are we going to do with the waste that we, that's practically just we cannot, apply all the 7 R's, if we may. These are the excess waste after reusing or recycling or upcycling and so on. So what are we gonna do with those? I wonder if we have any policies with respect to that, aside from, of course, the usual landfill and so on approaches. So, and then lastly, the fourth element with respect to Dr. Jalton's presentation on the data challenges. It's very real. I was wondering if in the course of your analysis, you might want to look into how open data, for example, can be applied to sort of like at least address some of the problems that we have right now, both at the national and local level. So that's all. Thank you very much. This is a very this is a learning experience also for me. I learned a lot from of course, from the presentations. Some of the people that I respect in terms of research as a researcher. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chris. Indeed, a very interesting study. And we have here a question in the chat box from Jomar Segura asking our presenters here. This has to do with your theoretical framework. Is the concept of ecological footprinting of solid waste management, solid waste applied, as well as the waste analysis and characterization study. So perhaps if it is not included, maybe this is a recommendation to the researchers to consider this as a possible inclusion in the revised version. But you can respond, please.
May I respond? Go ahead, Ma'am Malu first.
No, go ahead, Jelton. You have the floor first.
Yeah, because of the lack of time earlier in the presentation, there was supposed to be a last slide where there was this picture of all the data so far that we've collected at the national level. And just to answer the question, yes, ecological footprinting and also waste analysis and characterization are included. But at the same time, some comments and observations are also included because there are other prescribed, more improved ways of tracking and accounting waste in that sense that are actually prescribed by the United Nations, which as policy intervention, the Philippines might also want to adopt. That's one answer. And then for Dr. Burse's question earlier, yes, sir. Open data was, I looked into open data and sadly there was only one available data set that was there. And when I even counter checked it, it was heavily contestable. So the validation part and the timeliness also is really a challenging part insofar as data is concerned. Thank you, po.
There is a follow-up question that has to do with biomedical waste, which was touched upon by Dr. Burse.
Yes. May I comment? When we use the term waste management, there are really very many different types of waste. And SCP is focused on practically all the waste. Although for our delimitation, we narrowed it down to what we refer to as the domestic waste, the ones that we find in the community. But I think that rightly so, there is now a change in the composition of waste from households because the ones that were shown before are the traditional types of waste. But now even packaging is so important that if packaging is addresses the recycling issues, then that will help diminish the pressure on the land for the final disposal. But most especially the manner of collecting all the types of waste is so important that there is already sorting and segregation para malinis. So you have like all the shampoos, all the hard plastics, the soft plastics, that they are segregated to be clean so that they can be recycled properly. And yung wala po tayong paglalagyan ng mga gadgets and all the printers that are already dysfunctional that we have to throw away, the computers and so on and so forth, they constitute a particular category of waste. And we have some colleagues from an institute in Japan that has been studying these types of waste over the past 10 years. So we can also try to incorporate that so we have a wider expanse. But generally, it's really the domestic waste. No? But I agree that there must be a new perspective on exactly what a household waste composition looks like now compared to 10 or 15 years ago. Thank you.
This topic is really interesting and we'd like to go on and on. We're talking about waste, but it has not been a waste of time. And we've learned a lot, but we have to move on. And so thank you very much, Dr. Malu, Dr. Ed, and Dr. Jal for your presentation. And we move on to the next. Earlier, we had the daughter. Now we're going to listen to the father. The next presenter is a professor and former dean of UPNC PAG, who also served as a commissioner of the Commission on Higher Education. He has a Doctor of Philosophy and a Master of Arts in Political Science from the University of Hawaii in Manoa, and an MPA and a Bachelor of Political Science from the University of the Philippines. And he's going to talk about the higher education career system. I'd like to call on my colleague, Dr. Alex Brillantes. You have 20 minutes, Alex.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lily. I have just put in my shared screen. Is it okay now? Has it come out?
Yes, it's there.
Okay. Thank you very much. Even as you were referring to my daughter, I think it's just serendipitous.
Please put it on full screen, Alex.
Oh, yeah. Even as you mentioned, Alexa, I thought it was just extremely serendipitous because Alexa and
Hannah
both graduates, UP, outstanding graduates, and also NUS, National in Singapore. So I thought that they formed a team. And it was, I guess, by accident, if you may, that I'm just a father. When I bumped into, so there's really no dynasty here, mga kaibigan, okay? Because they're qualified on their own. Like Hannah herself has been such outstanding, and my daughter herself was, well, you know what, not for anything else, since I'm her father. She was a board top-notcher of the architecture. Okay, after having said that po, para malinis lang po. And of course, they completed first. Okay, so I am given 20 minutes by Dr. Lily, my good friend and colleague for a long time, and somebody who I've loved and respected all through the years. And I'm glad we're still working together, even post-retirement. I'm just entering my retirement period. Okay. So what we're doing is an evaluation, if you may, of the higher education system. But it's not really an evaluation, but really drawing into the lessons learned from leadership, the importance of leadership in higher education. So I guess full disclosure, well, even as I begin my presentation, I'd like to acknowledge my dear colleague, Doreen, who is with us in NCPAG, and of course, Dean Lisan, who's as our Dean, and CJ and Celine, of course, who have been such incredible guides for me, and of course, Ana and Del Flores, and myself, okay? But equally important, I've worked with the alumni of PhilHex, especially Dr. Bombita. They've already organized themselves. They're now a very powerful group, and they have been very, very helpful in this research, okay? So it is really informed by my own involvement when I was with CHED. Just to let you know po, I guess, is that, I'll talk about that later, is when I joined CHED po, I've seen from the innards of the bureaucracy, if you may, and sometimes you look at some of our SUC presidents, some of them are really, really good, but some of them are just, well, what happened? How did this guy become president? Or sometimes I would receive a call from a senator and say, oh, ikaw nang bahala dito, turo. And this is true, kasi I know I've received many calls. O to, tulungan mo ito. Then syempre, senator yan, anong masasabi mo? So at one point, naisip na, siguro, kapag meron tayong pool, no? Okay, sige senator, tutulong po namin yan, but is he or she part of that pool? So ang point ko po, pool as in P-O-O-L, hindi pool yung may malakas siya. So in one sense, it is quite, I guess you might call it pragmatic in the sense that, hey, we can address this politicization by coming up with this pool of leaders, similar to what we have already, which that's why we have DAP here, what DAP has been doing in terms of the career executive system. Is it the career system? It's still something that's being debated, okay. But the point is that let's have a program for the potential leaders, not necessarily presidents po. Because at one point, sabi natin, para sa mga presidentiables, hindi po. In fact, I objected to that. Kasi sasabihin nila, hey, kung sasali po ako dyan, baka sasabihin, nag-ambition ako maging president. Hindi po, hindi po. And we try to disabuse the mind. So our job, this research po, is just to look at the first two batches of the executive development program and also the presidential leadership program that tried to develop, if you may, the capacities of our higher education executives. Dean, Chancellor, Vice President, point, you are one of the leaders and you might want to go through this. Maybe eventually you'll become president. As we've seen, some have become presidents. But when you're the president, you can even draw upon your quote-unquote cabinet. Kapag she or he went through EDP, hey, this is entirely possible. As a matter of fact, I was just talking to one president just yesterday po, and she herself was an EDP graduate, but she had somebody else was also there, and guess from where she drew her quote-unquote cabinet? She drew someone also from this program. So it's really developing a core of leaders. And I think it's very, very important. So dalawa pong ang aming pong pinag-aralan po with my colleagues, si Doreen, si Del, si and my other colleague, because I want to do it in 20 minutes. So two, EDP, Executive Development Program, and also po for those presidents already, yung mga nakupo ng mga presidente. When I was with CHED po, I always tell them, in fact, just 3 days ago, I had a meeting again with so many presidents, and I tell them, you know, I'm always in awe when I'm in the presence of so many presidents. Sinasabi ko sa kanila, and this is no exaggeration, na-feel ko na parang sasabog yung kwarto sa mga katalinuhan ng lahat ng presidente. And these are some of the presidents, and some of them are presidents up to today. So dalawa po, Executive Development Program, Presidential Leadership Program. And my next slide will tell you, okay, these are some of the things. I guess I put this slide po because for one, the AP was very much part of this. That is Dedeng Mendoza and that's Lisan Piranticalina. And we were in Japan then and we thought about the importance of maybe siguro lagyan natin siya ng international aspect. Nalagay po. And the only reason I also put this slide po is this is Rick Rotoras po. A very, very good friend of mine, through CHED, but unfortunately he passed on. And I guess to a certain extent, I think I'd like to say that, hey, Rick, this is for you because you have really been behind this as president of PASOK. Okay? So, anong nagawa po namin? Well, don't worry, I'll not go back. A total of about, these are just estimates kasi it's still an ongoing program po. Total of 104 first batch, about 39, second batch, about 35, and SUC presidents, about 30. So, it was really, for me, a very, very select group, if you may, of people who either were nominated or either applied. But the point is, they are part of the leadership of the SUCs, whether you're the president, the chancellor, the dean, or even a director, or even a professor. Some of them just did. Okay. So this thing that we did po is really to do quote unquote an initial evaluation. I say initial, it's a work in progress, but meron na kami mga findings thanks to my dear friend colleague Doreen, and also to Aina, by the way, who's with DAP, but I continued to consult her. Okay, and okay. So point 4 key learning areas. This is where DAP po, grounding, visioning. Hey, if you are a leader of an SUC or one of the SUC, you should have at least these key learning areas. Start visioning, governance and development, quality performance, and personal leadership. And 6 competencies na kapag ikaw ay magiging leader, you should learn to think strategically, lead a globally competitive HEI, build collaborative relationships, nurture a high-performing institution, generate and manage. It's all there. But my point, dear friends, even when I was in CHED, sometimes I wonder, you go to some universities and, we want to be globally competitive, etc., etc. Excuse me, can we just work on our university first before thinking of us being a top-notch education in Asia? Maganda po, murang mga, libre mangarap. But at the same time, dapat po you have your own foundational qualifications, if you may. Okay, yeah, you want to be global, but excuse me, can we first work on our own here? So that talks about the importance of grounded visioning and global thinking. Okay, So in the beginning po, yeah, I already mentioned this, it was really relatively competitive po. The first batch po, we had about 147 applicants. Marami po. Pinagsalaan po nito from NCR 21. Two batches similar po ang profile. The point being that our vision was supposed to be, quote unquote, a prestigious select group of graduates. Once you're a PhilHex, you now have the stamp of a PhilHex. Parang seso, di ba? Sa gobyerno, kapag ikaw seso, wow, okay ka. You've gone through it. And of course, working with DAP, that's really a very, very excellent stamp of approval. We were working, of course, Dede Mendoza, and Lisan wasn't with them yet. But Lisan now is working with us in terms of this, Dr. Dean Lisan, in terms of coming up with an initial evaluation. Okay, but it's all about leadership. I won't go through this anymore because I know I don't have that much time, but it's really all about, it was designed and implemented in 2014 and continued to be implemented for 3 years, but it has stopped for the moment po. Okay. Point, dear friends, hindi lang sa Pilipinas meron ito. They have this in Indonesia. It's called AKEP, Point Training or Capacity Building for Higher Education Leaders. This in AKEP. I happened to go there, and as said, and they talk about shaping minds, building leadership. Excellent facility, no, to train, if you may, higher education leaders. They have publications, and that was our vision when we were with Chad. And they also have another one in Singapore, Leaders in Education Program. Then they have one in America, the ACE, American Council for Education. And of course, they have one in Harvard Institute of Education. The point, dear friends, is that there are many, many programs targeted specifically for higher education officials. So the main thesis of working with, and where I'm coming from, as I mentioned earlier, is, based on my experience with CHED, there are certain things that we thought we should do. And this, by the way, was very, very much supported by our commission, with the leadership, of course, of Chairperson Liquanan, whose vision really was to support this. In fact, this is really a collective project of the commission, not mine po. I just happen to be, I just have to help implement it. But of course, a little contribution. But I said, I felt some personal stake because, like I said, I saw some politicization in the process of selection. Dr. Lily knows this because she herself, even up to today, Dr. Lily sits in many of these selection committees. And our resource persons also include, of course, no less than the President Dean Ed himself, Ed Gonzalez of DAP. No, so point, we try to bring in the best minds, if you may, as far as crafting, designing the PhilHex. And we did consult our colleagues to address what? A realistic problem, politicization, a realistic problem. I put this, how did this guy become president? When I was sitting in Chadpo, I would be, this is one thing. If you're a commissioner, you're chair of something like 24 SUCs, which for me still boggles my mind. But sometimes when nakaupo ko dun, sabi ko, paano ba naging presidente to? Okay. So it is aligned po with the SDGs. Just tell me, Lily, I have 10 more minutes, right? Okay. It's aligned with the SDGs, particularly po, di ba, ang SDG 17 po yan. Pero I don't know if you're keeping track of ESCADA, UNDESA po. Now they have this 3-11-62. 3 fundamental principles: effectiveness, accountability, inclusiveness, 11 sub-indicators, and 11 62 sub-indicators. And under the first one po is this. Now, under 3-11-62 is SDGs. It talks about effectiveness. This one, no? Tatlo, yung tatlo po kanina, 11 yung sub niya po, at dito po sa 11 it talks about effectiveness and leadership. Leadership is identified in the SDGs as a fundamental indicator. So I think this is where we are coming from as a group, as a team. Okay. So we've used this framework. In fact, dear friends, we've used this framework even in for some time now, since a long time ago. But the point is that when we want to bring about reform, leadership is very, very important. And we also share this with many of our colleagues. No? When you want to bring about reform, leadership is important, but equally important, mindsets and behaviors. Okay, a few more minutes. So what did we do? We did desk review, survey and assessment of alumni of PhilHex, FGDs, and FGDs review of post-program evaluations and review of HIT plans. HIT plan is their Higher Education Innovation Transformation Plan. Okay, and of course, I would call them up. In fact, over the past 3 days, I was on the phone talking to some of them, interviews, and these are our respondents so far. So we did a survey. We've already retrieved many of these, no? And we continue, and many of those who filled up it before they joined the program, they were campus administrators, unit heads. But after the program, some of them became SEC presidents, some became vice president, but some became went back to ordinary, not ordinary, but went back as a professor. So let me now talk about our initial findings, because I know we don't have that much time. In terms of expectations, you know what? And this questionnaire, by the way, was administered by the PhilEx alumni themselves, not us. Of course, we just shared with them this design, but I asked Dr. Bombita, a very, very outstanding leader of the University of Rizal system, who helped administer, shared this to the PhilEx alumni. They talk about some of the expectations upon joining PhilEx, and most of them did meet the expectation, 56%, so not so bad. In terms of leadership capability, in terms of how to lead an HEI, strengthening higher education system, professional leadership and growth, and prepare us for better leadership. Okay, in terms of post-program assessment, like I said, it wasn't so bad. But of course, we continue to look at this. All I'm saying po in this is, these are really results of our tabulated questionnaires po, and it does suggest that as far as this was really a self-assessment. As far as they are concerned, hey, they did attain that because we asked them before and after. By the way, we use two instruments for assessment. One is the assessment that they did right after the program, which they did, and then assessment today. But this is really largely self-assessment, because who else best to assess but they themselves? Okay. Now they talk about their participation in the program. It has helped them. I won't go through this anymore, but I just decided to include this because just to suggest to you that the processing of the data, and equally important, the generation of the data, the conduct of interviews, it's still a work in progress. No, that's why I think today's session is just to present some of our emerging findings. Pero meron ng basehan po. May empirical basis na po. What were the programs implemented? Nung nanggaling, bago ka mag-PhilEx, nag-PhilEx ka, anong programang na-implement po?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, good. 5 minutes, Lily? Okay.
Yes.
5 minutes? Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'll make it. Quality assurance and internalization of curriculum. So quality assurance, internationalization, that's great. Financial management, nuts and bolts in running the university, if you may. But some of that medyo kulang ata doon. We'll talk about that maybe later to open forum. Curriculum innovation, ISO certification, and competency attunement, etc. So, did you think your participation? Well, 93% said, of course, we can discuss that. Baka nang bias mga to, but everybody has a bias anyway. Okay. So, anong initial findings also? Many of them said, hey, we received this recognition or awards after our participation program from outstanding alumnus, outstanding project leader, Bigenyo Leader of the Year. That's the Bigenyo Bigan. He's now president, by the way. Okay. A Chancellor's Award. Other outstanding accomplishments, this is really super. Very, very DAP. They talk about the HIT plan. And Lily herself has advised them, and so has Dean Ed. The HIT plan is the Higher Education Innovation Transformation Plan. But let me mention po na si EDP po builds upon the work already that has been done by DAP before in their CSDP, and they had a program similar to what's called the EDP also for presidents. So it's really part of the whole mandate of DAP, and this program that we did together with Ched, we put in 100 million pesos. I was not in charge of that, so Ched, we put in 100 million pesos to build upon what is already being done. Hindi po ito bago. Ang baguhan siguro niya yung methodology, pero ang pag-isip po to train higher education leaders has already been there. Well, that to help build the capacities. And what were the other outstanding accomplishments? Yung HIT plan, and this for me is a very excellent indicator. Marami po sa mga HIT plan, yung ginagawa natin sa DAP nun, because I used to work with DAP. Yung re-entry plan ba, marami po silang na-implement. In fact, I was talking to the president yesterday. She said, kung wala yan at kung wala yung HIT plan ko, I would not be doing well as a president now. Another po, this very DAP, yung pinauso ninyo, Ed, I was with DAP then, yung community immersion. That really changed the mindset. Everybody said that was outstanding for us to live with the people, live in the community, walang banyo, walang tubig, walang kuryente, tumira ka doon. So you know who is your public. And that's what it's all about. Participation boosted their self-confidence, saying, alam mo sir, pag hindi ako sumali dyan, hindi ako nag-run for president. And of course, the continuing camaraderie or BA, which is really, okay. So of course, it's not a perfect program. There were some findings, areas for improvement, including the legal foundation. So people are saying maybe we should have a legal enactment. That's now pending in Congress with our good, at one point, filed by Ann Hofer, but it's been refiled po with my good friend Nap Imperial, pushing this. Sana may legal plan. And it talks about other aspects, leadership development, financial management. Okay, I think I will shut up there now. So one more minute, sabi ni Lily, right? So consider sectoral SUCs. So the last parts po just talked about how some pictures about how CHED was, how the EDP was, and this is with AIM, the president of AIM before, and then I'd like to focus on this, that apart from the seriousness, they were quite happy also, but equally important po, we also brought them abroad po. No, this is I put this because nandito yung best friend ko si Rick Rotoras po. He headed the delegation, and of course nandito si Rick, and of course ang president ng pasok po si Tirso Ronquillo was also part of the first batch po of presidents. He's now the president of PASOK. He took the place of Rick. So I think po kahit paano po the program on leadership, on EDP, presidential leadership implemented by CHED and DAP has not been so bad. It's been pretty good. But we continue. Of course, we're not romanticizing. There are some problems, but I think it's something that might be explored by CHED. My good friend Popoy is still there, and some of my friends. So we continue to talk to them. This is, of course, Chairman Liquanan and President Roman. And okay. So I think I will end there, dear Lily. I think it's exactly 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alex. Who else but you could make a presentation and write on a topic like this as directly involved in the program? And so now let us listen to Dr. Ed Gonzalez's reaction.
Thank you. Well, let me start by saying that, I'm the father of Hannah.
Yes.
Let me assure everyone that the teamwork between Alexa and Hannah is all by accident. No?
And on their own, pare.
On their own. Serendipity at work.
Yeah, exactly.
And then let me also state that, I was part of the oversight committee for PhilHex. And so I don't know whether I can suppress my bias for it. Anyway, I guess, really, yung PhilHex was a breakthrough, and it happened during the tenure of Alex, during his term as CHED commissioner, okay. And of course, if a paper comes out of it, courtesy of Alex, it is a good contribution, and it should be really, everyone must be informed about it, okay. Isa yatang, I don't know whether Alex, you mentioned it. Part of the program is an immersion. Immersion.
In fact, I said that's outstanding. And
yes, okay.
I said during your presidency.
Right, because the immersion is very important because it exposes, the PhilHex participants, to the plight of our underprivileged and poor inhabitants, Okay, so let me just go through some of my comments, Alex, I hope you won't mind if I play the devil's advocate.
Oh, absolutely, that's what we're here for, pare. Thank you.
Okay, sige. Yung of course, yung methodology mo, kasi you surveyed, the officials of SUCs, sitting presidents, siguro you might also want to look at their, parang documented performance records and even their CVs, and I guess the idea here is to see where they were coming from because they were, there were alternative pathways to their careers, and certainly, we can also check, whether those, those records, those sterling records of these graduates, would actually be, a good input, to developing and implementing SDGs in their SUCs. Okay. Next is that there's a recent US survey, ranking the importance of skills, and I think, the talagang PhilHex captured this, because those who assume their position as president of the universities, the first thing that they were asked is, well, what were the skills that they required, do you know that, yung academic and intellectual leadership comes last? Okay, what comes first? Being a strategist, and second, fundraising, Okay, so I guess, these were all covered, in PhilHex. Although my question is there a way to recruit, presidents, or even high officials from other sectors of society, I don't like the private sector, for instance, kasi I remember, when I was in the University of Pennsylvania, yung Wharton School, when they recruit deans at that time, it was open even to the private sector, Okay. Next is, if it's PhilHex is about merit, can deans jump straight into the presidency? Or meron pa rin bang, residual practice about, we have to honor the, the seniority of the candidates, also, what do we do with research-oriented faculty, Do we propose an alternative career system for them, You will note that in the US, as a rule kasi, scientists, academic scientists, including the Nobel laureates, have not been appointed as university presidents. So is there an alternative career pathway for them? Okay. Next is, what about the possibility of global competition? Let me cite the case, for instance, of one of my panelists in UPenn. That's Dr. Bobby Mariano. He's Filipino but a U.S. citizen, and he was appointed, as provost of the SMU in Singapore, Singapore Management University. Is that possible also for us? If, of course, we need to amend the constitution there, But the idea there, of course, is to, to avoid inbreeding, among Filipinos, and also to expose us to new ideas, di ba? Okay, and finally, well, of course, isang magandang nakita natin sa PhilHex is that, kailangan talagang, ideally, SUCs must be self-sufficient, not dependent. Pero that's a long way to go. So today, they're still quite dependent on government funding. So they're not completely free, to make their own decisions. So merong politicization, whether we like it or not. So there's still an outsider, effort to control even academic careers, di ba? Mga LGUs, for instance, mga mayors and governors, congressmen, Okay, so I'm just wondering kasi kung ganon, how do we propose talaga to end this, parang to make sure that that SUCs are really much more self-sufficient to the extent possible. Kasi kahit ang UP with its huge assets, cannot be self-sufficient, di ba? It's unlike some of the universities in Thailand, they maximize their assets, and they're parang almost fully independent from the Thai government, di ba? I don't know whether we can achieve that kind of, parang accomplishment. Okay, I think that's it, Alex. Congratulations.
Okay, Dr. Ed has raised many points here, and there are also some questions, comments from the chat box. How can you talk about internationalization when there is declining subsidy to the education sector is one, and are state universities capable of meeting ISO certification standards? Maybe I can answer that, yes, because we have just one notice now from one of the graduates of the PhilHex that they have just gotten ISO certified. And the next question, a comment is, it's a great program for future incumbent academic leaders, but why are heads of local colleges and universities not included or even considered as part of the clientele for the program? And another from Valerie and Samson. It's a global conversation, especially in the sciences, that professors are trained to be scientists and academics, but not to be leaders and administrators. So we give the last 2 minutes to Dr. Alex to address these issues.
Thank you very much, President Dean Ed. The questions, those are such good questions, and it's too bad we don't have one. I think we should organize a one whole day forum just to look at the state of these things that you question, and we will be very happy to be part, because those are excellent points, which also bothered us. Okay, number one, when you talk about the lateral, I studied in the U.S. myself. Okay, but you are so right. When there's an opening for the president, it's open to all, including the private sector. And I remember when we were designing itong PhilHex, I threw in that idea. Sabi ko, you know what, sino pwede natin mag-participate sa PhilHex? Mga private sector, kung papasokin natin sila. But of course, sandali lang, wala namang ganon. That kind of thinking among ourselves. But really, kasi, they said, if you're part of the pool, you can be from the private sector, you can be a bank manager, whatever. If you're part of that, then eventually, kung nasa career plan mo, ang eventually maging academic, vice president, at least you have the initial qualification, may stamp of parang yung seso natin. But obviously, that was of course not included, but that was something that we discussed. And certainly, Ed, I think we should look at liberalizing it. Okay, I think you are so right about that, because it happens in others. Number two, about what you mentioned about the global competitiveness, and that's also what Ma'am Samson Valerie mentioned, no? In terms of global conversation, professors trained to be scientists. Of course, sa UP we have that, di ba? Meron tayong scientist track, meron tayong academic track, and you are so right. Even in UP, when I was in NCPAG, I wanted to be a researcher, but sometimes they draw from the good researchers, gagawin nilang administrators. Kapag administrator ka, you're the dean, you are not because you don't want to, but you are forced to be an administrator, and you forget to do research. Hey, but that's what you were so good at. Kaya nga at one point, ano ba yung track mo? Is it scientist or administrator? Malalim po ito. We can discuss that the whole day, but excellent points.
Okay, last point, last minute. Time's up.
Last one, bossing. Amalgamation. I totally agree with Ed about amalgamation. In one sense, that's why I like the federalism discourse. Maybe let's talk about amalgamating university system. And I think that's also part of it. And the father of amalgamation thought is, of course, my good friend, Nap. And I will Nap Imperial. Finally po, LUCs. Totally, I agree with you. I think Sir Rodolfo mentioned that about LUCs. Why are the LUCs not there? Yung state, local state, at one point we said, yes, we should involve as many. But for my own perspective lang po, I'll shut up after this. Alam mo, LUCs are good, but sometimes po, we have to somehow, how do you depoliticize them? Kasi to a certain extent, kasi si LUC po, ang chair of the board is always the mayor. Kapag wala na si mayor, pag bagong mayor na, apektuhan po yung yung bureaucracy nila. So where's now the academic aspect? I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm not saying it's right, but it's something that we should really talk about. For no condition. Thank you, Posing.
And on that note, we thank Dr. Alex for the presentation and Dr. Ed Gonzalez for his reaction. And we have finished one half of our presentations. We move to the other half. And we start with a presentation from Professor Jerisa Del Flores, who is an assistant professor at the UPNCPAG and concurrently the director of its Center for Leadership, Citizenship, and Democracy. He finished his Master in Economics and Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration from UP and is now completing his doctoral degree also from UP. He is going to discuss with us how we can incorporate or integrate the teaching of the SDGs into the curricula of the higher education institutions. So now I give the floor to Professor Del. Del, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Doc Lily. Can I now share my screen?
Your screen has been shared. Oh yeah, okay. Okay.
Okay. Once again, thank you very much, Doc Lily. Doc Lily is actually my former boss when we were both in the academic program of the NCPAG. She was then the college secretary and I was the program coordinator. But she has continued to mentor me all through the years. So thank you very much again, ma'am, for also the very generous introduction. Okay. Our proposed research on deepening the discourse on the SDGs, strengthening the integration of the SDGs in the tertiary education curriculum, is actually a product of collaboration between myself and Professor Maricel Fernandez Carag, a longtime colleague in UP-NCPAG, who now teaches in the DLSU College of St. Benilde, together with some colleagues in the UP-NCPAG Center for Leadership, Citizenship, and Democracy. This is actually being done under the very able guidance of our dear friend, mentor, and inspiration to many of us, Professor Alex B. Brillantes, of course, former Dean of UP-NCPAG. Why do we think that this research topic is very important? As we all know, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals serves as the overarching framework for the UN's Global Development Agenda since 2015. It is widely considered as the blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet within the structure of global partnership. The SDGs serve as a major influence in the formulation of the development plans and programs of nations, especially UN developing member countries. For instance, the NEDA conducted a survey back in, I think, 2015 to learn more about the aspirations and long-term development vision of Filipinos. And the result of this survey was the Ambition Natin 2040, which put emphasis on the aspiration of Filipinos and Filipino families to have a matatag, maginhawa, and panatag na buhay.
Del, can you show us your face?
Yes, sir? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. I thought I was able to turn on my video. Anyway, this Ambition Natin 2040 had been adopted by the current administration as the overarching goal for the Philippine Development Plan 2017 to 2022. And as you can see, most of the development strategies adopted by the government were aligned with the SDGs. So they were able to intersperse the SDGs in the different development strategies that they will be adapting to achieve the long-term goal of, again, matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay. However, the achievement of the SDGs depends much on how the Agenda for Sustainable Development is coordinated and implemented at the national and also, and perhaps more importantly, at the local levels. This is because local governments are in the strategic position to engage and mobilize stakeholders in planning, designing policies, devising development strategies, and implementing programs and projects towards the achievement of the SDGs. As Dr. Alex usually say, this is where the rubber hits the road. So kailangan mag-landing. Okay? The plans and programs and also the policies of the national government should be cascaded to local government units for the effective implementation of the SDGs. However, LGUs sometimes lack the national government's level of information and resources to implement the SDGs. I remember some time ago, I was supervising the research of my undergraduate students, and this is about the integration of the SDGs in the development planning of the LGUs. What they said was that although there were efforts, there was the desire for the local government units to adopt the SDGs. In terms of technical know-how, sometimes they were not able to do so. We therefore think that it is important to capacitate our stakeholders both at the national and local levels, and higher education institutions through their instruction, research, and extension functions are well placed to assume an important role in the urgent task of enhancing the capacities of local governments and stakeholders in implementing the SDGs. There's therefore a need to broaden and deepen the integration of the SDGs in the higher education curriculum. For instance, in the tertiary education curriculum, general education curriculum, and also in the public administration curriculum for those universities that are offering public administration. This is therefore the goal, the major goal of our study. We would like to explore avenues to strengthen the integration of the SDGs in the tertiary education curriculum through the introduction of a single coherent framework grounded in the principles of outcomes-based education and transdisciplinary learning. Specifically, we would like to explore the ethical and epistemic foundations of the concept of sustainability and education for sustainable development. We would like to also review how and the extent to which the SDGs are incorporated in the curricula and syllabi of public and private higher education institutions in the country. We also want to investigate and document good and best practices in the teaching of the SDGs in higher education institutions. We will determine current challenges and also pedagogical gaps in the teaching of the SDGs at the tertiary level. After this, we would like to propose a single coherent framework for the teaching of SDGs at the tertiary level, particularly within the general education curriculum, based on the principles of, again, OBE and transdisciplinary learning. And also recommend capacity building measures to strengthen the pedagogy for teaching SDGs in higher education institutions. Now, I would like to call on my colleague, Professor Maricel Carag, to discuss our overarching framework for the research, which is the education for sustainable development. Are you able to join us, Professor Maricel?
Marcel, are you here? Are you in the room?
Mm-hmm.
Do we know if Maricel Carag is among the participants?
Anyway, if Professor Carag was not able to join us, I think I would just give an overview of our overarching framework. This is based also on the whole of institution approach that was adopted by the UNESCO in terms of, again, incorporating SDGs not only in basic education, but also in higher education institutions as well. This approach or framework would put emphasis on the incorporation of the SDGs at the start, at the governance and policy level of the education institutions. There should be a commitment on the part of the leaders of our educational institutions to adopt the education for sustainable development approach. And this will be manifested and reflected in terms of not only the curriculum and the syllabi, the inclusion of SDGs as topics for the subjects and courses being offered in the university, but also in terms of adapting the principles of the sustainable of sustainable development in the operation of the school facilities, for example, and also in their all of their operations. Now, in terms of also partnering with the community and other stakeholders within and outside the campus or the university, it is important that there will be interaction between the students and also their wider community, so that you will be able to know what are the, for example, concerns, sustainability concerns of their communities, and be able to come up with ideas or with research proposals on how to address these concerns. So, that would serve as an overview of the ESD. I really hope that Prof. Marcel was with us, but I hope I was able to give at least an overview of the ESD. So these were the slides that she shared with us. Now, in terms of methodology, what we are planning to do is to come up with a qualitative content analysis of seminal documents on SDGs and education for sustainable development, and also a review of literature on the ethical and epistemic foundations of the concept of sustainable development. We are also going to review, we'll come up with a survey of the different curricula and syllabi of sample higher education institutions in the country. And we will be reviewing these curricula and syllabi to know how, what is the extent of the inclusion or incorporation of the SDGs in these curricula, and to know more if there are other ways or other pathways to be able to include the SDGs in their courses. There will also be a survey of faculty members handling general education subjects and courses related to SDGs, so that we can know what are the good and best practices, and also the pedagogical gaps and challenges being encountered by our faculty members. We'll be conducting key informant interviews also with the PhilHex group with Sir Alex. In terms of knowing what are the policies and guidelines adopted by the universities in terms of incorporating the SDGs in their operations. As we are going to come up with a proposed syllabi and framework for incorporating SDGs in the curriculum, we would like to validate this through validation workshops and focus group discussions with educators and key sustainable development stakeholders, not only from the academe, but also from the government, private sector, civil society, and development community. The major outputs of the study would include a report on the present state of teaching of SDGs in the Philippine HCIs, documentation of good and best practices in ESD, as well as present challenges and pedagogical gaps, a design of an integrated framework for ESD in the tertiary general education curriculum. I would just like to clarify that we are not planning to come up with an sustainable development goals curriculum, but somehow look for ways on how we can incorporate the SDGs in the existing curriculum and courses being offered by the higher education institutions. It also want to come up with policy recommendations for the nationwide integration of sustainable development in higher education institution curricula and capacity building needs analysis for the pilot teaching of SDGs in selected HCIs in the Philippines. Of course, the successful implementation of this research project depends much on our collaboration with the DAP-GSPDM, the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, the Office of Senator Pia Cayetano and the Senate Committee on SDGs, Innovation and Futures Thinking, the United Nations Project Office on Governance, UNPOG in Korea, and the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA, in New York. We'd also like to work with the DILG Local Government Academy, and of course our home institution, the UP National College of Public Administration and Governance. This is just to present some of the emerging findings since our team, led by Sir Alex, had been doing some interviews with some of the heads of the state universities who were able to attend the PhilHex. What we came to know is that there had been separate efforts to integrate the SDGs in the extension programs of the HCIs, not really in their general education curriculum or as part of their public administration curriculum, but actually in the extension programs that they are implementing for their local government stakeholders. One such example would be the Ifugao sa Toyama Meister Training Program, which focuses on sustainable development and landscape and cultural preservation. This is being implemented by the Ifugao State University in partnership with the UP Open University, the Ifugao Provincial Government, and the JICA Hokuriku Center. So as you will observe, these kinds of efforts or initiatives, they are somehow being done in isolation. So what we would like to do is to come up with a framework that will, in a way, allow these local government units and these local efforts, the efforts of our HCIs, in terms of sharing best and good practices, for example, and also addressing some of the challenges that they are encountering whenever they implement such programs. So this will be a community of learning and also a community of practice that we are envisioning. As you may have recognized, our presentation, our study is still very much a work in progress. So we would welcome comments and suggestions for the improvement of our research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Del. I'd like now to give the floor to Dr. Ed Gonzalez for his reaction.
Okay, I hope I can be heard again.
Yes, you are.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Flores, for a good discussion of how SDGs can be incorporated in our, universities and colleges, higher education institutions. Okay. Siguro, because yung discussion was quite straightforward. Let me go directly to my my observations and questions. Yung first kasi is, of course, we know, of course, that the SDGs are cross-disciplinary in nature, right?
Yes, sir.
So institutions like NCPAG won't have any problem with it, okay? Because the cross-disciplinary approach, is also what part and parcel of NCPAG, di ba? And the same with some other institutions. In UP, for instance, we have the Asian Center, cross-disciplinary. Kaya lang, how do we address it? How do we deal with it when it comes to this disciplinary divide? For example, siyempre, di ba? Political science, sociology, psychology, and so on. Is it the case that when they absorb SDGs, certainly it will have to be tailor fit, to the disciplinary orientation of some of our colleges and institutions. And then of course related to that, kasi of course SDGs cover a lot of ground, so we're talking about health, clean water, climate action, di ba? Reducing inequalities and so on. How many of them?
70.
Dami-dami, di ba? So, parang ano yun, di ba? How do you address that, di ba? That multiplicity, kasi if I were, for example, in the College of Education, by default, I will say that, I'm already, teaching SDG 4, which is about education, di ba? I will, let my other colleagues in the other, colleges to teach, the other aspects of SDG. But is that the right approach? Di ba? Parang hindi, di ba? Kasi we need to ensure that, talagang may cross-disciplinary, orientation talaga ang SDG. So talagang it's very hard to do it. Ang betting ko nga diyan for instance speaking about UP in particular, di ba? Pagka nagpo-propose ka ng mga bago, we're not even talking about new courses, we're just talking about amending some courses, dadaan ka sa butas ng karayom ng University Council, di ba? And ang ano ko diyan is that it's very hard to institutionalize it in instruction and research. Ang mangyayari diyan, given our setup, is that papasok yan sa extension work, di ba? So, but how do we make sure that that teaching and di ba, and research will benefit from it, di ba? So yun yung isang malaking malaking problem natin, di ba? Ngayon, the other thing that I have in mind is, when it comes to the faculty, kasi the faculty may not even try to introduce, new curricula for this, Tayo halimbawa dito, we're all consultants, di ba? And our work here in GSPDM, we are being enriched, diba? Our exposure to SDGs is being enriched. And siyempre, pag meron na tayong paper halimbawa that we produce, it's published, it's also something that we can impart to our students, di ba? So parang ang sense ko rito is that there should be more consultancy work for, di ba, faculty members on SDG related projects. Kasi that's one way of, di ba, dealing with, addressing this problem of, introducing it in courses, di ba? Kasi we will be informed, and certainly we can also inform our students. Yun, Okay. Let me also, in relation to that, let me cite kasi yung UST is the leading university when it comes to heritage conservation. Meron silang courses dyan. And faculty members, experts like Eric Cerudo. Eric Cerudo is by the way also the local representative of UNESCO. in the Philippines because of that expertise. So consultancy work yun. And has been active in trying to, do cultural mapping for Bigan, for Bohol, and so on. And it pays, parang consultancy work pays for both the person and the university where you are situated. Parang ganon, di ba? Okay, maybe some others like job fairs, which we hold also in universities, di ba? They might also help, assist in trying to propagate, yung itong mga, and finally, well, we can also talk about, maybe SDG related scholarships, Pero ang importante rito siguro would be, mahirap gawin to sa UP, but we can try, in a number of Australian universities, there's a masteral and PhD program in sustainable development. Baka it's something that we can introduce in UP, I don't know which college will host it, but essentially, it's something, that's good to consider, So I think yun lang, Professor Flores, you might want to consider, incorporating some of these observations.
Thank you, Ed. Dr. Ed, you have raised some practical considerations in the matter of integrating SDGs in higher education curriculum. How do we, where do we, who will? And so these are the practical questions. But I'd like to recognize Dr. Alex Brillantes, who after all is supervising, being consulted for this program, for this research paper.
Of course, it's a very, very informal consultant, but since we're all colleagues, and I'm so glad that I thought one of the points Adele mentioned was the linkage with the global community. We are actually involved right now with AAPA, with the United Nations Project Office on Governance, including the UNDESA, United Nations Department for Economic Social Affairs. And one of the projects is how do we develop curricula that would integrate the SDGs. So tama-tama itong ginagawa ni na Del. So in fact, at one point they want us to nominate some universities that will pilot this. And I think we certainly will suggest DAP. We certainly will suggest the universities around the room. So I thought, may global dimension rin itong ginagawa ni Nadel, but there's also that initiative from UNDESA and UNPOG in Korea, incorporating the teaching of SDGs. Thank you, Dr. Lily.
And Del, may I also ask, are you not going to involve the CHED among your partners because they are the ones that regulate the HEIs and including the curricula, and maybe you would like to collaborate with them and find out what they plan to do with the SDGs in terms of curricular offerings, because among the partners, they are not listed as part of your data sources. So maybe that. If we have no more questions from the floor, maybe we can say thank you to Professor Del Flores and his team, and also to Dr. Ed Gon. So we move on to our next presentation. Our next presentation is about also the SDGs. How do we track the localization process of the SDGs? And our presenter is Mr. SDG himself, Dr. Francisco Magno, who is a senior fellow and a founding director of the Jesse Robredo Institute of Governance and associate professor at the De La Salle University. At the De La Salle University, he once served as the chairperson of its political science department, as well as director of its social development and research center. Dr. Kiko Magno has a Doctor of Philosophy in Political Science from the University of Hawaii, a Master of Arts and a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from the University of the Philippines. And colleagues and academics, ladies and gentlemen, if you have been watching the news, you would have seen Dr. Kiko Magno signing all of those memorandum of agreements with local governments regarding the SDGs. And so we now give the floor to Dr. Kiko Magno, who is going to tell us how we can track the SDG localization process. Dr. Kiko.
Thank you, Lily. Let me share my screen. Thank you, Lily, for that generous introduction. My paper is entitled Tracking the SDG Localization Process. So this paper considers the key role of co-production in the SDG localization process. I'm using the co-production theory of Professor Elinor Ostrom, the 2009 Nobel Peace Prize winner in economic sciences. But Dr. Ostrom, the late Dr. Elinor Ostrom, was a political scientist. So co-production is the process through which inputs used to produce a good or service are contributed by individuals who are not in the same organization. Whether the regular producer is the only producer depends both on the nature of the good or service itself and on the incentives that encourage the active participation of others. Co-production implies that citizens can play an active role in producing public goods and services of consequence to them. So I'm basically using a process tracing method. It's a qualitative research methodology that I am pursuing, but I just abstracted the way I use the method. So it's a series of N events that will actually be contextualized in this paper as a series of events, because my paper is really process oriented. I will really focus on the process of localizing the SDGs. The one mentioned by Lily is about an action research that I am pursuing, but that is an ongoing process. Since we don't have much data yet because it's an ongoing process, I actually did a review of several cases where the localization is in effect or is ongoing. So I look at 3 cases: Oaxaca, Mexico, which is a municipality in Mexico. Well, of course, Oaxaca is a state, or that can translate into province in the Philippines. I also have the case of Kita-Kyushu in Japan, and the municipality of Santana de Parnaíba. It's located in Sao Paulo in Brazil. So let me go to Oaxaca, Mexico. Oaxaca is one of the 32 states that compose the federative entities of Mexico. It is divided into 570 municipalities, of which 408 are governed by the system of usos y costumbres, or customs and traditions, with recognized local forms of self-governance. So this is also a locality or an area where you have a lot of indigenous communities. So let me go now to the process of localization. So I start with the process of SDG prioritization. As you know, there are 17 SDGs and not all of them may be applicable to the local area, much more in the national, because even, let's say in the Philippines, even the 17 SDGs, the Philippine Statistics Authority only identified what you call as the Philippine SDGs. So the SDG localization process is characterized by the organization of 3 working committees, which cover the 3 dimensions of sustainable development: social inclusion, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. So this is how Oaxaca in Mexico clustered the different SDGs. So they grouped them together into these 3 working committees. So I observe a multi-stakeholder engagement. Of course, multi-stakeholder engagement is really a proposed step, in fact, a key step in the SDG process. considering that the idea behind SDGs is really to be inclusive, to foster social inclusion. So therefore, the platform is very participatory. So representatives of civil society, academia, and industry are members of the working committees. So as you can see in this table, under social inclusion, the coordinating non-state actor is the International Solidarity Kanda. And there is a counterpart from the state, the Secretary of Indigenous and Afro-Mexican Peoples. As I mentioned, this area in Mexico is heavily populated by indigenous communities, especially of Afro-Mexican ethnicity. Economic growth community, you have the hub social driver from the ranks of the non-state organizations, and from the state, the Secretary of Economy. In the Working Committee on Sustainability, you have La Ventana, and the counterpart in government is the Secretary of Environment, Energy, and Sustainable Development. So this is a kind of a co-production type of process as reflected in this committee. So I also use this conceptualization, the idea of vertical integration. So considering that the localization process is in the early days, so to speak. In fact, later I will show to you how the Philippines is doing, because we are a little bit late in the game. But the early players would be those who were able to get development partners. So in this case, the Technical Cooperation Agreement of the State of Oaxaca and the German Technical Cooperation, or GIC, was forged in 2018 to promote collaboration of the state and municipal levels. So there are 10 municipalities that are localizing with the support of the GIC. The state of Oaxaca has an alliance with the European Union formalized in 2018 through a project called Strengthening the Territorial Management Process and Participatory Planning with the Human Rights-Based Approach, which allows for the financing of initiatives for vulnerable groups. So you can see very much here the SDG flavor. Nobody should be left behind. So a special concern about the vulnerable sectors. And finally, in the co-production process, you see the various activities. Initially, I can find the inputs provided by the non-state actors, especially in conducting an analysis of existing databases in the state of Oaxaca and make a comparison with the SDG indicators. Strengthen institutional capacities through workshops and training of various actors to operationalize the SDGs, and build mechanisms that promote social inclusion in planning and budget processes. If you take a look at the various steps, you have a short term, the medium term, and the long term. Of course, the long term is the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, because the SDGs will run up to 2030. So it started in 2015. So short term would be basically about the term of office of the mayor, very much similar to ours. And the medium term would normally capture 2 terms of a local official, similar to the Philippines, where our medium term plan, a national development plan, is 5 years. So it basically covers the 2 terms of a local elected official. Now, in the case of Kitakyushu, Japan, Kitakyushu City is located in Fukuoka Prefecture. As of 2019, it has an estimated population of 940,000. It is one of Japan's 20 designated cities. When I say designated, because Japan has a very systematic effort to localize. So they have a very proactive process with the central government really supporting the localization process. So let me now go to SDG prioritization. So Kita Kyushu formulated this this framework. Again, quite similar to Oaxaca. You have the environment, the society, and economy. So you have the creation of a sustainable city as a model. So looking here at the emphasis on local energy, renewable energy, energy efficiency, energy management, and use of hydrogen. Creation of a society in which every single person can take action and play a vibrant role. Okay, let me proceed. In the area of multi-stakeholder engagement, Kita Kyushu launched the Kita Kyushu SDG Council, which consists of stakeholders from civil society, business, finance, and educational fields. So quite similar to Oaxaca, you have the academe playing an important role in promoting the spread of SDGs. Kita Kyushu will also establish the SDG Club, in which local residents and corporations can freely participate to promote public awareness and the development of networks, some kind of an SDG network. These systems are linked to existing frameworks that address compatible issues. Kita Kyushu promotes the realization of the SDGs and regional cooperation in an integrated manner, in cooperation with the Kita Kyushu Promotion Headquarters for overcoming population decline and revitalizing local economies. In the area of vertical integration, as I mentioned, the national government of Japan is playing a very important role because it has a program. It's called the SDG Future City. The national government has an SDG promotion headquarters and formulated a 3-year plan from 2018 to 2020, so up to this year. So Kita Kyushu was selected as an SDG city that will implement model projects using subsidy from the national government and with the support of ministry task forces and experts related to the promotion of local SDGs. In terms of the co-production process, Kita Kyushu has a history of overcoming pollution through cooperation by the city's residents, companies, universities, and the governments. Okay, so even before SDG, therefore, it's very nice to see the historical aspect. Kita Kyushu has already a working co-production process. And the example here is how they address pollution concerns. Various projects are being implemented in the field of education for sustainable development through the Kita Kyushu and Education for Sustainable Development that was designated by the UN University as a regional center of expertise to promote education for sustainable development. Actually, in the case of the Philippines, we have also a law on education for sustainable development. My final case is Santana de Parnaíba, Brazil. It's a municipality in the state of Sao Paulo in Brazil. It is part of the metropolitan region of Sao Paulo in Brazil. So in terms of SDG prioritization, so you see here the 3 goals were identified: peace, justice, and strong institutions. And also in the area of education. So they have a vision of a safe city. And so these are the areas where they have made progress in terms of the programs and projects that they have undertaken in these various areas. So multi-stakeholder engagement is also a key factor. Similar to Oaxaca, they have a development partner. In this case, it's Gaia Education and UNESCO. So it makes sense to have strong development partners because these are early days when it comes to localization. So similar to the previous cases, you have the participation of the city government, the businesses, and civil society. So vertical integration, so
Last
constraints. 5 minutes, Lily?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So an SDG commission was established. So if in Kita Kyushu there was the SDG Council, here you have the SDG Commission. So again, they are working at higher levels. Department of Statistics is highly committed to the adaptation of the global agenda. So the Department of Statistics at the state level is providing support for the municipality of Santa Ana. So in terms of the co-production process, as you can see, these are pictures from the workshops undertaken. They are undertaking here multiplier training events because the idea is really to replicate all these workshops all over the municipality. So co-production process is happening through efforts to develop mobilization trajectory for the various cycles of the SDG process. So those are the three cases, but I also have a section in the paper on the Philippine approach to SDG implementation. So we follow a whole of government, whole of society approach. So basically, we take off from the Philippine Development Plan, which is our medium-term development plan. And the Philippine Development Plan has integrated relevant SDGs in the plan itself. And so the Philippine Statistics Authority monitors what is referred to as Tier 1 indicators through SDG Watch. SDG Watch is a web-based platform that is being used by PSA to show progress with respect to SDGs. Now let's go to the localization of the Philippine Development Plan and SDGs. The Joint Memorandum Circular of DILG and NEDA came out in 2018. It calls for the formulation of provincial results matrices that entails determination of applicable provincial and city municipal level indicators. So all over the country, the guideline from the national government through the Joint Memorandum Circular of NEDA and DILG is to have provincial results matrices. And now the municipal indicators and city indicators, the component cities, would be integrated in the provincial regional matrices. Number two, formulation of RMs of cities and municipalities under NCR. So the JMC itself is encouraging the cities and municipalities of Metro Manila to do their own SDG localization. That's why the example mentioned by Lily, I'm engaged in the localization strategy in the city of Manila because Manila itself is identified here, the city of Manila, as part of the results matrices or the NCR LGUs are expected to have results matrices.
Last 2 minutes.
Okay, so ensure LGU commitment to implement PPAs, programs, projects, and activities, and allocate budget for the achievement of targets in an annual assessment of the contributions of cities, municipalities, and provinces in the attainment of PDP target priorities and outcome, and to the most practical extent, the SDGs. So, so you can see here these are the relevant policies that support the DILG and the JMC. So this is the final slide in keeping up with the time. The key steps in the co-production for SDG localization, as I presented, are number one, SDG prioritization, multi-stakeholder engagement, and vertical integration. So the analysis is not yet fully finished. So there is a lot more room for improvement of the analysis, especially because I'm using the co-production theory. So in this case, I really need to sharpen further why the non-state actors are engaged in the process of co-creating and co-producing SDG outputs, SDG-related outputs, including the analysis of SDG data and the pursuit of projects and activities that will contribute to enhancing the local efforts to achieve SDGs, the SDGs. So thank you very much for taking time to listen to this presentation.
And thank you very much, Dr. Kiko, for keeping to the time to share with us your very interesting study. Earlier in the afternoon, we have had changing of hats among our participants and the audience here. And the same is going to happen because your reactor was a former presenter. I'm calling now on Dr. Malu Rebolida to react to your presentation. Dr. Malu.
Good afternoon to all, and congratulations, Dr. Kiko, for the presentation. I think your presentation has very many good points that we can learn from. So I'm trying to look at some of my notes here. The data that you presented and the entire project itself is very significant because this will provide the Philippines and other interested countries for the process of harmonizing the global SDGs with the national and with the local levels in terms of institutions, no? And also inclusive of the communities, as you mentioned, the multi-stakeholder engagement. This will really be very informative. So you presented at least 3 cases: Mexico, this is Osaka in Mexico, you have the Kyushu in Japan, and you also have Santa Ana de Parnaíba in Brazil. And you had a very good organizing framework here by presenting the data in these 3 country cases in terms of the prioritization process, the multi-stakeholder engagement, vertical integration, and the co-production process, considering your co-production theory in discussing the localization. So I'd like to congratulate you for that and bringing to the Philippine attention cases that can be examined and replicated. So given that we are moving on to working on our final papers, perhaps I may just, I'm just curious about some points that may also be interesting to include in your final paper, or others may also be interested. So here in the presentation, as we noticed the 3 cases, you also added the Philippines, noting the general process, the role of NEDA, the Philippine Statistical Authority. I'm just wondering if there is a way by which a specific place can also be selected in the Philippines, and what reasons would be given for that selection that may be comparable or comparative with the 3 cases of other countries that you have presented. So meron ba tayong ganon? Is there a particular place in the Philippines, a city or a municipality that can be like the ones that you cited from Mexico, from Brazil, and also from Japan? O baka wala pa, maybe there's something that is incipient, and
Malu, do I answer now or later?
Later.
Although I know that you signed something with Manila, with the city of Manila, and that's very exciting because Manila has been doing so many things. So maybe a little bit of Manila can be included if by the time that you submit your paper, there might be something going on, or maybe some other city. Then I also am curious whether in your paper you can include a clarification on whether there is a hub of knowledge creation. Would it be, as you mentioned in the abstract, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network? Was it useful in providing a framework, the co-production framework, and in organizing the case studies into the 4 parameters, no, or components, no, which are the prioritization process, multi-stakeholder, etc. And would there be a possibility for some cross-case analysis? Do we see some pattern going on in these cities? And was it really intentional? I'm just wondering whether the cases were selected because they were part of an adoption of the Future Cities model with the Sustainable Development Solutions Network taking a hand, or the selection was because you found out that these cities were more or less complete in this particular processes. So maybe something like that, and cross-case analysis to show how other cities might be able to do the same. And would there be some factors or some considerations why these areas were able to do this localization and why there are difficulties in other areas, if that is possible. And then in terms of vertical integration, do the cities that you mentioned go into vertical integration with the province, as in the case of the Philippines? Do they have any direct link between the city and a global area? Sometimes we notice that there are some global institutions that go directly to local governments without necessarily passing through the national government agency, particularly something like the DILG. So this kind of direct link from the global entity to the local government unit has caused some friction or tension in the past between the global, the national, and the local. So something like that. And I wonder if at this point in time, there are some results that can be identified from the process of localization. So there are just some questions that were provoked because your presentation has really been very exciting to show how countries are able to do localization. So hindi kailangan na we are doing our own without necessarily connecting ourselves with the SDGs. And the connection is very deliberate and very intentional. So the attainment is also deliberate and can easily be counted, computed, or described, whether qualitative or quantitative. Thank you again, Professor Kiko, for bringing us in contact with the world's trends on localization of the SDGs.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malu. But before I give the floor to Dr. Kiko to answer that, there's a question at the chat box which says, alam nyo naman, problema talaga is how do LGUs implement nationally orchestrated programs. It has always been a hurdle. So how do we overcome this? So the floor is yours. So the questions and suggestions of Dr. Malu is, how were these CPs, these cases chosen? Was there a criteria? How did you choose them? Is there a pattern? And can we find a similar experience in the Philippines that also follows that pattern? And why were they able to localize while others are not able to localize? Are there factors that we can identify? Okay.
Let me thank Malu for those very incisive comments, and they are really very helpful as I improve the paper, especially those pointed remarks on the choice of the cases, as well as the important key elements of the localization process. And certainly I was not able to actually include other aspects that I provided in the proposal. Since it's not complete yet, the paper is not complete yet. But let me go first to why are these LGUs or local governments? No, of course, ang LGU kasi term natin yun, local governments in other countries pursuing this. So it's good, Malu, you raised the issue of having a development partner, and that's right. In many of these cases, in fact, in the 3 cases I chose, they have knowledge partners and they have donor or development partners. And in a little while, I'll share to you some incipient cases in the Philippines where there are also, there is a donor partner. The reason why I chose this is currently there are already sites, internet sites, websites, web pages where voluntary local reviews, where data on voluntary local reviews are already present. If I may, the voluntary local review is the report that is voluntarily undertaken by a local government. In the commitment signed by national governments, they sign up to provide a voluntary national review, or the VNR. This is the one submitted by NEDA. So we already have a 2018 and a 2019 VNR. I think the 2020 voluntary national review is still being drafted. But basically, data is provided by the Philippine Statistics Authority. A few years ago,
Very quickly,
the United Nations decided to allow voluntary local reviews. So this is very early days. No? In fact, yung first voluntary local review just came out in 2018. So ano lang, 2 years ago lang, no, yung process. Kaya in fact, sa Philippines, I showed to you the Joint Memorandum Circular 2018. No? Kaya yung localization process is really very uneven. No? And in fact, if it's not mandated, then it's really for the innovators to do their thing. No? And certainly the JMC is, well, there is encouragement to integrate it in the PDP, but walang namang sanctions dyan. Okay, let me now go.
Well, actually, we don't have time for that. I'm sure that in the final paper, all of the questions and comments from Dr. Malu and from the floor, I'm sure Dr. Magno is going to address them and put them there. But we have to move on because we have 2 more presentations. And so,
can I have one last sentence, Lily?
A last sentence.
Baka mabitin si Malu eh. Yung incipient case sa Philippines, Carmona, Cavite. But again, tama si Malu eh. Kasi I came across this case because there is currently a student here in DAP, yung local managers class, and I actually was a resource person. I was a faculty there. And I was asking, how is the vertical integration with the province of Cavite? Kasi yun yung nakalagay sa Joint Memorandum Circular, no? So it appears, although I have to make further investigations, no? Mukhang tama si Malu na dumiretso ang UNDP sa Carmona. Considering very innovative si Mayor eh, doktor yan eh, yung si Dr. Dalia. Of course, nag-3 terms na siya. So I saw the report of the early report, very comprehensive. Kaya lang yung vertical integration, I think that's missing, no?
Okay.
Well, this is not yet final, so Lily, thank you very much, and thank you, Malu, for those.
Yeah, I suggest Dr. Kiko for you to read the chat box because there's a comment here from Professor Maricel Carag about what do we do if there's a change of administration regarding the localization of the SDGs? And another comment from Dr. Edgon about customs and traditions that might have to do with this process of localization. So they're in the chat box. And now we'd like to move on to our next presentation. It's also another changing of the hat because from a reactor, we are now going to his role as a presenter. Dr. Christopher Berse is going to make a presentation. Dr. Berse is currently an associate professor at the UP-NCPAG and also concurrently the director for research and creative work in the very recently constituted UP Resilience Institute. Dr. Berse is a consultant and resource person to various government, civil, and international development organizations, especially in the areas of disaster risk governance, climate change adaptation, and policy analysis. Dr. Berse earned his Doctor of Philosophy in Urban Engineering and his Master in Environmental Studies at the University of Tokyo, and his Bachelor of Public Administration from the University of the Philippines, where he was my student. So, Dr. Berse, you have now the virtual floor.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Lily, for the kind introduction. No, let me just get my presentation. Okay. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you very much to DAP, and congratulations as well for organizing this colloquium. My research project, as you can see, is on urban resilience, and I particularly would like to look into how we have integrated the concept of resilience into our DRM, disaster risk management planning, or what we can call in the Philippines as disaster risk reduction and management. But well, for a number of reasons, because number one is that every time there's a disaster on the practical side, there's always this public debate about what do we, this whole idea about resilience being used as an excuse, for negligence and everything else that's not working. And on the other side, we are also looking at the same time, we know that at the global development, at the global level, development discussions, and also at the national, resilience features prominently in the meetings, in the documents, in the policy pronouncements, and so on. And so it's important to take a second look, a closer look even, and see whether or not we really understand this concept. And in a way, this is also an extension or part, or if you can say, a cousin of the research project of Sherman yesterday. They were talking about from resilience to regenerative cities and so on. So, but in this particular research, I'll be looking into local DRM, local disaster planning, and the implications and imperatives of urban resilience. So this is based on the basic premise that disasters at the end of the day are local issues. It's we can only be resilient if we're able to capacitate our cities and municipalities, our communities, when it comes to disasters. But what is also challenging is the fact that right now, as we have seen recently from the earthquake swarm, for example, in last year in Mindanao, and then the successive typhoons last October to November. We've had like 3 to 4 destructive typhoons over a period of 3 weeks. We've had, of course, a very challenging situation with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and many others. What I'm trying to say is that we're facing a complex, we're seeing more and more complex disasters. And these are compounded largely, of course, by movements at the global level as countries becoming more and more interconnected, and of course, the growing urbanization in many areas. Since 2017, the world is now a largely urban world. More than half of the world's population live in urban areas. And the thing, of course, is that many of our urbanization development, they happen at in a more like haphazard way, if we can say that. And there have been a lot of unplanned developments in the periphery and so on. And of course, we're facing the challenges of climate change, both in terms of the extreme weather events and also in terms of the less visible impacts like the sea level rise, the changes in the surface temperature that result in heat waves, for example, that kind of stuff. So what I'm trying to say is that given all of these compounding effects of disasters, we're not actually the usual approach to disaster risk management, the usual planning approaches which focus on disaster risk reduction or even disaster response may not be enough for us to be able to really plan and pursue a resilient development. And so the main argument is that we need to sort of like integrate or mainstream resilience framework in the development and disaster planning processes of our cities. And to protect, of course, development gains, if not to chart new development pathways that would be consistent with the SDGs, particularly SDG 11, and of course, Ambition Natin 2040. And as I've said, the SDG itself lists down a number of targets under SDG 11, and that's directly related to managing disaster risks as a way of making cities safe and resilient. and that includes the reduction in the number of deaths, and damage, and so on. And at the same time, also, it talks about substantially increasing by 2020, actually this year. But again, we're hit by a pandemic. So by 2020, dapat there should already be a substantial increase in the number of cities and human settlements that adopt and implement integrated policies and plans towards inclusion, resource efficiency, mitigation, and adaptation to climate change, resilience to disasters, in line with the framework of, with the standard framework. But aside from the SDGs and the Sendai frameworks, actually the concept of resilience has also been integrated in other global development agenda that we have adopted in 2015 and 2016. I'm talking about the New Urban Agenda, the Paris Agreement, and even the report on the outcome document of the World Humanitarian Summit and the Addis Ababa Action Plan on Financing Development. They all mention the need for us to consider or to take into account resilience as a framework in the way we plan, conceptualize programs and projects and so on, and even finance those programs. Now, in fact, this is true, and our many both from the academic community and the practitioner community, we're starting to see the growth of the resilience as a concept among various actors, from civil society to international financing institutions, to UN organizations. In fact, that's why in 2010, for example, the Institute for Development Studies of the UK, they came up with this discussion paper titled Resilience Renaissance, practically noting the resurgence of the concept, because resilience itself is not a new concept. It has been covered or discussed in different disciplines, academic disciplines, but it is only now that it has become a buzzword, has been integrated in the texts of plans and policies, official documents across different tiers of governance, from the international all the way to the local. And there's also on the practical side that it's not just been just all talk about resilience. There's also a corresponding funding to support resilience programs and projects. And so it has become an American philosopher and professor of urban planning at MIT used to call an idea in good currency. It's an idea whose time has come. And the need to interrogate resilience is important for a country like the Philippines, because we are a highly vulnerable country when it comes to disasters and climate change impacts. Now, this is something that you probably know already, so I will not show the hazards. Normally, when my friends would ask me, what's the situation, what is our disaster risk profile, I show this picture. And not to promote the convenience store, but basically to bring home the idea that in the Philippines, we have all kinds of hazards, and we're open 24/7. So we have from geophysical to hydromet, even human-induced events that lead to crisis. We have those. And so that's why also some people would say that we are like a natural laboratory for disasters. So, and in real terms, we have, this is an estimate made by the UN Office for Disasters Reduction in 2015 as part of their Global Assessment Report on Disasters Reduction. And basically, this is just to show the expected impact, the probabilistic impact of different hazards. These are not actual. These are estimates based on the nature of the hazards that we face, and also based on historical data. And you can see here that all kinds of hazards, especially, for example, when it comes to savings, typhoons take up as much as 5% of our savings annually. All in all, if you consider all the hazards, it can go as high as 7.57%, 7.5%. And in terms of ours, in relation to social welfare, for example, expenses, it can go as high as 70% for all kinds of hazards. And it also has other implications in terms of our capital stock formation, investments, and so on. So all in all, this is disasters pose a very big challenge to our development, and that's why we need to carefully and start thinking about how we can actually address disaster risks in a way that we protect development on one hand, and at the same time we also are able to reduce the impact on the people. So a big part of that is our ability to absorb and minimize the impacts, and at the same time recover from the impacts as quickly as possible. So that's the whole idea of resilience. But then again, as I've said earlier, the concept itself has caused a lot of confusion in the public domain among our different publics and different even public intellectuals. There's been a lot of debate every now and then, and when there's a disaster. So for this study, I'd like to start off with a critical analysis of the evolution of the concept as a development framework, especially in the context of cities. So that's the first objective. And then from there, I'll try to draw some of the characteristics of what a resilient city should be, and use this as a kind of baseline for developing an evaluation framework to assess our existing city development and disaster risk management plans. And once we have a clear picture of what the current situation is, then we can start or visualizing or envisioning what the future would look like for us through different futures or foresight tools. And what would be the change that we need to put in place so that we can improve our capacity for urban to promote or foster resilience. Now, the whole idea, of course, this is the conceptual framework for the study, and I call it the resilience triangle. The triangle is not yet here, but the whole idea is that we know that resilience itself has more or less 6 facets. Now, we talk about resilience, we talk about the natural capacity, physical, economic, institutional, social, and human assets of a particular society. And that will help us. These elements, they form as basis, as the resource of a particular community. But what we need to look into is what is the level of these different assets in terms of their capacity to cope with, let's say, disasters, and what is the extent of our capacity to recover. So there's an element of transformation also. And the third leg of the triangle is the anticipation and foresight capacities. In many resilience studies and resilience frameworks right now, we don't consider anticipation. No? But what we are arguing in this study is that without anticipation, your coping and recovery resilience components will crumble. Okay, so with this, having this in mind, we can now look into depending what would be the different pathways for development for our cities. And you can see here, it can be there are at least 4 scenarios from a collapse, a complete collapse of the system, if there's a shock or stress, or there's the usual business as usual capacity, or we can build back to where the previous state before a disaster or disruption happened, or we can build back, build forward better. So these are more or less the four scenarios that I'd like to explore as part of a future's exercise for the study. So methodology-wise, basic, there are three basic activities. So one, of course, is a review of both academic and real literature in the past decade, looking at some of the critical areas of debate, and maybe also provide a synthesis of what's out there. And then I'll do a content analysis of the relevant plans online, whatever is available right now because of pandemics. So I'll just try to take advantage of what we have online. And then the findings from the first two activities will be validated and presented in a workshop or future scope workshop with DRRM officers sometime later. And also to do a visioning workshop with them. So expected output will have something like this. I'll try to, as a way of characterizing the resilience, the embeddedness of the mainstreaming of resilience in planning, sort of like come up with this system where we can actually see different levels of capacity per city and establish the current situation. And then from there, we move to the visioning exercise with different officers, looking at what would be the possible scenarios in the future and how we can reach those futures. So this project, as you can see, this project started quite late. I just started this December. So right now I'm collecting data, and by January next year I'll do the workshop and then do the February and writing and analysis in February and March. So yep, that's it. Maraming salamat. Thank you for listening.
And thank you, Dr. Chris. Now let's listen to the reaction of Dr. Malu Rebulida.
Afternoon, Dr. Berse. Congratulations for the initial presentation of your paper. Certainly, we need the study because of what's going on in the country. We always have disasters of all kinds. And so we appreciate the profile of natural disasters we have in the Philippines, and that's also occurring in other parts of the world. Of course, we don't want to mention the man-made disasters, no? Hindi pa kasali, but I don't know if in the future we also have our man-made disasters, which is quite a lot, or man-made disasters in addition to natural disasters. For example, when we open our dams, for example, to let water, the overflowing of the dams, to let them out, and at the same time we already have typhoons. So I see here a convergence and a confluence of the natural disaster with the man-made disaster. But at any rate, you are talking here about the natural disasters. So thank you for the Philippine Disaster Risk Profile. I hope that this is updated and includes the ones that are recent and the ones that are really very perennial, persistent. And your concept of resilience. I just have some questions in mind that maybe you may want to clarify in the final paper. In the first place, when we are advocating a resilience framework, I sort of ask the question, whether the resilience framework is really absent from all the disaster frameworks that we have been doing since the BRRM law was passed, the climate change law was passed. So there might be a need to revisit the laws that we have as to whether it includes the resilience framework and what is the importance of the resilience framework. I'd also like to call attention to the Sendai framework and the Hyogo framework, one following from the other, as to whether building back better is what we really mean by resilience, or there are other conceptualizations of resilience. So in the global context, how is resilience being conceptualized, but more so in the Philippine context, no? And do we also have indigenous terms for resiliency in our own language, in our own local dialects, no? So it can be more close to the heart of the people when you talk about resiliency when disasters are getting to them. Then in terms of the scope of the paper, since there's too many profiles of disasters, are you going to cover disaster plans for all the types of disasters, or is there such a thing as disaster plans that are specific? For example, is there such a thing as a disaster plan for earthquakes, differently from resiliency, and a disaster plan for typhoons, or things of that type, or are all these lumped together, whether it's an earthquake, it's a typhoon, or it's a flood? It doesn't matter, or are there really nuances? And then I'd like to find out from you whether you are going to study existing plans of the national government and the local government, and inductively or constructively extracting from these plans what is the perception of resiliency, whether it's there or it's not there from a global perspective. So, I mean, when you look at all these local plans or national plans, are you evaluating that or assessing the content of resiliency from some global definition or a more acceptable definition, and finding whether it exists or it doesn't exist in the Philippines? Or absent that kind of a benchmark or a frame of reference, you want to extract if we have our own local perception of what resiliency is all about, and building back better from disaster. So, and then in terms of the selection of the plans, what would be your determining factors for including or not including the local plans? And why do you have do all our local government units compliant with the submission of these particular plans? And well, these are just questions. You don't have to really put them all together. Maybe just sort of link them if ever, or enhance your paper. What is the interconnection of all of these plans with all the laws that we have? Baka naman kasi we have climate change plan, you have disaster plan, rather than something that is integrative, that can already bring and harmonize all the laws together. Because I understand how difficult plans are going to be done at the local level. So if you have so many plans for different types of disaster, baka hindi na matapos yung paggawa ng plano. The disasters have already come and gone, and the plans have not even been formulated, much less approved and implemented. So yun lang po, Dr. Berse, kasi ang dami nating talagang tanong kasi laging merong disaster. And we ask ourselves, bakit laging hindi handa yung Pilipinas sa ganitong klaseng tuwing June, July naman may bagyo, bakit nagugulat pa tayo? And then we already know that the dams can overflow from the Ondoy experience. Bakit ganun na naman ulit dun sa Ulysses experience na magbubukas na naman ulit ng dams, and so it's going to flood the nearby area? So yung mga ganung mga common sense questions that may even defy the science and the logic of disaster plan. Thank you, Dr. Burse.
Thank you very much, Malu. So I think the convenience store of Chris Berse has to expand to a 3-story multi-level marketing firm, no? Because all of these questions of Dr. Mulu, which you should consider if you plan to finish your paper. Are you going to look at all of the plans, the national, the local, all types? Are there different types? What are the conceptions of resilience? Is there no framework present in our present way of planning our disaster risk management. But and very interesting point is about the indigenous perception, the localization, the language that we use. We have counterpart terms. I remember during the Ondoy, Yolanda, nobody understood what storm surge was. We didn't know that. It was not part of the vocabulary. And so I, even without, so I'm going to give please an opportunity to respond. And because I know this is going to be really a very challenging, but very interesting and important piece of research. Dr. Chris?
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Malu, Ma'am Lily, for the comments. And yeah, tama po kayo. No? When it comes to, let me see, when it comes to, for example, mention the complication caused by man-made decisions, that's actually what I would like to look into also, because that's one of the limitations that we have right now, where there's no such consideration for external forces when we do planning. So nawawala pati yung coordination with other units. So that's one. So definitely, no, yun yung parang premise ng compounding disasters. While we have one natural hazard, it's not just a case of one natural hazard anymore, because there are other factors that could affect how that hazard will impact our society. So yes, on the question of which DRM plans, I will focus only what we have right now. Well, DILG and OCD, they require all LGUs to come up with a comprehensive DRM plans. And that's it covers all kinds of hazards, not just one hazard. So I look into those LDRRMPs definitely. But aside from that, our LGUs are also required to come up with hazard-specific plans, like hazard plan, contingency plan for floods, for typhoons. Okay? So I will have to, at least yung dalawa na yon ay titingnan ko. And then in the process of reviewing, let's benchmarking, for example, in developing the assessment framework, yes, I will look into the global practices and also see not so much the focus, and also maybe review some of the key national policies that we have. But in terms of the assessment, I will focus only on the local DRM plans. When it comes to that, in the use of indigenous, right now, as far as I know, we don't have. I think that's one of the challenges also, because the concept itself is the closest. For example, in the UNDRR's translation of terms, they use katatagan for resilience. But we also know that katatagan only addresses one aspect, let's say our capacity to cope and absorb damage, basically. But it doesn't talk about other elements of resilience. So, there's an old, Rizal, di ba, or yung sinasabi na we should be a pliant as a bamboo, parang ganyan. Ganon kasi yung concept, no? But then again, because in the Japanese, that's what they use. No? That's the image, the metaphor that they have when they talk about resilience, the bamboo. There's another term that we in Tagalog is yung haligayot. Are you familiar with it? I'm not sure, but it's not really, the malleability of a certain material, something like that. No? But it's not popularly used even among Tagalog speakers nowadays. So, but in terms of a concept, we don't have a direct equivalent that could capture the totality. No, maybe I think that's also a challenge.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Chris and Dr. Malu. We look forward to the completion of the paper because it's not only going to be interesting in terms of its academic contribution, but its practical application in being able to strengthen our capacity to face the future hazards that we are a magnet to. Now let's go to the last presentation, but certainly not the least. This is from the perspective of, again, about the SDGs. How do we analyze the investment of the private sector in terms of addressing the SDGs through corporate social responsibility? So this is going to be a case analysis, and our paper writer, our presenter, is going to be Ms. Christine Reyes, a consultant at the Southeast Asia Ministers of Education Organization, INOTEC, or CIMIO INOTEC. She is currently pursuing her Doctor of Philosophy in Leadership Studies, major in Public Management at the Ateneo de Manila University. She has a Master's in Development Management from the Asian Institute of Management and a Bachelor of Science, major in Business Management from the Ateneo de Manila University. So our final presentation for today and for our colloquium is a paper from Miss Christine Reyes. Please take the floor, Miss Reyes.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm the last, but hopefully not the least. And I would like to present something that is actually very different from the other presentations that I've heard today. So it's about private sector investment on the SDGs. Basically, we're looking at the CSR funding that can be applied to SDG accomplishment. So may I just share my okay. Can my
not yet. We don't see it yet.
Okay. Just a moment, please. Share screen.
We don't see it yet.
Yes, ma'am. Ito na po.
That was a deep breath.
Yes, I'm getting stressed. But now can it be seen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Can it be seen now?
It's not yet there.
Okay, I'm number 1. Sorry. I prepared, but doesn't seem to desktop 1.
Oh, you have too many,
I have
open. So
yeah.
You share it in the desktop where the
it's
Zoom is open.
Okay. Share.
There.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my the title is
Sorry, Miss Christine, we can see your desktop,
but not your PowerPoint. You have to open your PowerPoint.
Yeah, it's open. It's on the side.
There you go. We can see it now.
Now, it's okay.
Yes, see it now.
Yeah, it's there.
The title is Analyzing Private Sector Investments to Address SDGs through the Corporate Social Responsibility Programs. CSR is a given for most businesses. And however, since it started more of a philanthropy activity or a dole out, it has now evolved to something much more responsive to what we call the development aspect. So the research project examines the investment in CSR, looking at the corporations contributing to the sustainable development goals, and that can eventually deepen partnerships between the government sector, the private sector, and civil society. The research prioritizes on the SDG 17, the target directed at the enhancement of global partnership for sustainable development. So this one doesn't really address 1 to 16, but uses SDG 17 as the platform for corporations to contribute throughout the SDG 1 to 16. So we aim to provide evidence that there are corporate entities that have the financial capability and that they can purposely design their operations through their CSR or business sustainability plans to attain the SDG goals, while continuing their brand and business models. And hopefully to also report this as part of the country's contribution to the SDGs. Okay. There are two frameworks in CSR, the CSR Continuum and the CSR Evolution. The CSR Continuum ended at relating social concepts with business objectives, but the Continuum already added the sustainability aspect. The research will focus on the more mature CSR programs. We will not look into the ones that have started or the ones that have just begun as philanthropy, but more that those that have integrated sustainable development within their business models. So we would like to review the CSR activity status versus the SDG 17. And when we look at case studies of three corporations, let's say it's corporation A, B, and C, we haven't done yet because we're doing the initial scanning. We would like to see what they have done to shift from where they were before in CSR to where they are now in terms of business sustainability. So we hope to see what their processes were and then see how they have contributed to SDGs. This is the more close-up view of the kind of corporations that we would like to focus on. Okay. It will also determine in a large part that contributions to SDGs are consciously done in the Philippines. If we look at it, there's so much in terms of investment or budget for CSR activities. But how many of those are really identified as contributors to SDG? Most of the companies, they map and they attribute, but they really don't develop more sustainable programs. So we would like to see that practice involvement and investments of more corporations are towards the attainment of SDG goals, which means that they consciously develop programs that would help us attain, as a country and globally, our SDGs. We would do a review of related literature based on Philippine laws relating to CSR and mandated contributions, just to show that there is money to invest. Moreover, we also would look into the sustainability reports of the private corporations to see whether there is adherence to the Global Compact reporting. We will be interviewing key informant officers from different corporations, particularly those who had CSR and the sustainability reporting, and focus group discussion within these teams so that we can determine their consciousness about aligning the business to the SDGs. So the selection of corporations as part of the research will be based on their participation in the Global Compact. And we will also select some corporations that have equal profiles in terms of income and assets, but are not part of the Global Compact. So what are the initial findings that we have right now based on last year? Pre-COVID, we had about 1.4 million registered businesses in the Philippines. It was an increase of about 300,000 from 2018. If we just take the top 1,000 corporations, it's 0.007%. It's a very small percentage of the total number of Philippine corporations, but these businesses are known to be large enough in scope, in income, and in assets, and have the means to implement programs and projects nationally, regionally, or globally. We looked at the policy environment. A CSR law has been approved or improved this 2020. That's House Bill 613. For housing, there's a mandated 20% of vertical and horizontal non-socialized housing buildings that has to be contributed to socialized housing. For energy, there is a 0.01% per megawatt hour that we pay as consumers that has to be parlayed into developing energy sources. For water, we also have that funds to reforest sources of waters and watershed. And also for the IPRA, we also have that payment for the indigenous people under the IPRA when businesses are contained or found in ancestral domains. So these are but a few of the laws that already says that there should be funding for development. Okay. What did we initially find? There are contributions to the SDGs through relevant CSR programs. Second, through weaving social objectives within business strategy, through integrating ESG or environment, social, and governance best practices within the business value chain, and then sustainable business and sustainable reporting that really lends to transparency with external stakeholders. And the fifth is reporting to the government, contribution to the national SDG agenda. The initial findings, particularly of the corporations that we initially selected, is that they are in participating through numbers 2, 3, and 4. But even if they are already mature corporations, there is ambiguity in number 5 in reporting to the government as part of the contribution to the national SDG agenda. So we hope that, this is something that the corporations will do after the research. So how do the corporations engage in the SDGs? We have what we call the UN Global Compact. This is a voluntary participation. It's been there for the past 20 years from the MDGs before. And there are 2 types of engagement, the participants and the signatories. The participants engage with the UN Global Compact at the global level and at the national or regional level. So I think that's the basic difference. It's the global and the regional. Signatories actively engage at the national and regional level. For both members, for both voluntary members, have to pay a contribution based on their annual gross sales or revenue. So it's voluntary, but there are financial obligations to participate in the Global Compact. In the Philippines, since 2002, there are a total of 39, but only 24 are business corporations that have registered with it. So here, it's a public document anyway. Participants working at the global level, we only have 6. So these are the 6 companies working at the participant category, tier. They call it the participant tier. For the signatory, which is more local and regional, we have 19. So these are the companies that are part of the 19. We have to investigate what is the reason behind the choice in the tier that they have identified with. So we can see that the earliest one that registered was in 2002. But we only have 39. So that's not a lot. If we compare it to the top 1,000 corporations, that's a measly 4%. Okay. What did we find from the KIIs? We already have interviewed the heads of 4 and the executive director of the Global Compact Philippines. Companies have a different way of aligning and reporting their CSR with the SDGs. So most of those top corporations, they all do sustainable reporting, but not reporting for the national SDG agenda. So the obligation is just to do the reporting, the transparency, and the public reporting. But no mechanism has been made to report this to the national agenda. Second, at the basic level, some corporations report the SDG contribution after they've implemented their projects or their work in CSR. So they try to see after they've done the project, which SDG do they align to as part of their reporting. One corporation
Last 5 minutes.
does not approve new projects or initiatives if the SDG contribution is not clearly identified in the proposal. So it's a much more stricter process that they have. Others say vaguely that they know they are aligned, but it is not clear how the alignment happens. So because it's almost a Christmas season, we've only managed to work with 4 right now. But we've already made the appointments to do this first week of January. It's been interesting so far to see how the corporations look at the alignment with the SDGs and the processes they have so different from each other. So because it's not yet done, this is so far what we've had in the past months that we've done the initial. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Christine. And now I'd like to call on Dr. Malu for her reaction.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ma'am Christine. Hello there. Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. I think that your study is very significant to highlight collaborative governance between the private sector and the national government. And I'm very interested in some of the findings that you have. For example, when you mentioned that your KII, the respondents already say that they do public reporting, so they have transparency, but it's not necessarily that there is a national agency to which they're reporting to which their work is really relevant and may be accredited or counted for SDG performance. And then you also said that the KIs said SDG contribution was identified only after the implementation of the project and not before. So that means that all the work that has been done for CSR is still at its, what stage is that, incipient stage or just awakening stage or something. And it's not really at a point where the private sector has already been socialized, politicized, or whatever, institutionalized for concrete, specific, and intentional contribution to sustainable development. So if the findings are like this, then it would be a very propitious situation for some advocacy for policy so that there is a more determined, a more intentional approach, and in the long run, the national government can account and accredit and claim the performance and the attainment of the SDGs. So I think that when I read the paper that you submitted, it didn't have some of the parts that you presented today, which eliminate some of the questions that I raised. No? So I think that even with that inception paper, your study on the CSR has quite a clear direction. You know what you want to do and where you're going, what your focus is, particularly that you identified SDG 17 for corporations as institutions. However, it might still be very, very broad to talk about CSR contributing to SDGs, since there are really 17 SDGs. So you're looking at the institutional component and how they're doing it. So perhaps the paper can also look into what are the expectations and what are the indicators of SDG 17 with respect to the private sector, to business. How are they expected to relate to government? How are they expected to work with communities? And I might want to recall, I'm not very sure right now what laws should be re-examined, but I do remember working before when impact evaluation has to be done, and private corporations have to do evaluation for their corporate social responsibility based on, I think, the energy law or some, they need to do CSR, and part of their money when they're in a locality are supposed to be contributed to the provincial government. Part of what they're earning from the locality should be contributed to the city or municipality, and part should go to the barangay. So I don't know if that should also be mentioned. What are the laws by which the CSR is mandated? Is that the energy law where if you have coal plants or whatever other plants that you have, if you have foreign companies coming in, they have to account for this financial contribution directly to the local government. So how is that being affected by the SDGs? No, are they deliberately giving money, and are they identifying the specific SDGs that they want to achieve by the money that they're giving to government? Or they themselves, aside from the money being given to these levels of government, they also have some reserved money for themselves that they ask entities in the area that they can rely on to really work to prepare plans and submit directly to the company so that they can do projects. So at that time, the SDGs were not really SDGs. If I recall, they were MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals, at that time when I was actively working in the field on CSR. So recalling that, so the transition from MDGs to SDGs, I don't know what's happening. But I'm very curious about that portion or percentage of the income of the foreign companies that are in areas that need to give these kinds of... Baka kasi yung classification ng mga business organizations will also be an important part of your profiling. So if these are these businesses, what laws are they compelled to do CSR? What is that dominant law if this is the type of business, if this is the multinational. So it might make a difference. I'm not very sure of the other types of businesses. I'm just familiar, like for instance, when you have coal-fired stations in areas. But I remember also private businesses that have foundations. Yeah. So may foundation sila, no? So they have a foundation. So when you look at this, are they deliberately creating an agenda for their foundations so that their company will be able to contribute to the SDG. So some are for socioeconomic development, some are also for the environment. So I'm just talking at the top of my head with regards to the experience and how it might enrich the paper on the CSR, but I think it is too voluminous or too wide to cover. So it will be up to you to delimit so that there is really practicality in the work that you're doing rather than, but if you really want it to be extensive, maybe, and not case studies, then maybe you can look at the profiles of the business organizations, and then what type of business organization are you interested in and what are they engaged in? Are you interested in looking at the SDGs particularly and what entities are doing this, or free for all? You get the entities and then you try to find out alin dun sa SDGs ang tinutumbok. I think this should be at least clear at the end of the paper. And finally, may mga practices, etc. How do they formulate? How do yung mga CSRs that nakatumbok na sila sa SDGs, how did they do it? No? And those that have just realized it afterwards, siguro, how are they going to reformulate their plans in the future so that they contribute to the SDG? And finally, my last question is, what national agency is monitoring or evaluating the performance of private entities in their CSRs? And does it factor in this transparency report that they have, etc.? Where do these really go? Does this go to the Philippine Statistical Authority that monitors? Where do they go, and who uses? What agencies make use of this? course, another sequel in the future yung project. How does it really get to the communities? No, what are the perceptions of the communities? Are they really satisfied with the CSR? Is there really impact? So baka that will be for the future that your paper is giving birth to other aspects of CSR.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malu. So the recommendation is to maybe to make it more focused. Otherwise, it's too broad and you're going to be challenged. You have a deadline. You want to finish the paper. To focus, what really do you want the results to be focused on? Especially because you're going to give a very grim picture. Only 39 are involved, the SDGs, out of the 1.4 million corporations that are registered. So maybe you take into consideration the comments of Dr. Malu. Any response, Christine?
Yeah, in answer to the question on what SDGs, no, each corporation addresses a separate SDG based on the materiality of their business. So rather than do it reverse, look at the SDG and what corporations address it, I would look at the corporations based on it's a purposive selection, no, of those that are already doing the more mature CSR or reporting, and then look at their business and whether their activities are aligned with the SDGs. Their business is aligned with the SDGs. So that would mean that the integration of both business and development is better, is more mature already. So that limits it in terms of selection and in terms of analysis.
And you have defined your criteria. You're saying those that have moved from dole out to sustainability and integrated it in their CSR. Yes, okay. So thank you very much, Christine. I'm sure this is going to be a very interesting research because there is none yet in the field. And thank you, Malu, for your comments.
Thank you.
All in all, we have since yesterday, we have encountered 15 ongoing researches. This has been a sharing activity of research in progress. The discussions have ranged in different topics because they are under the rubric of public management and development. And you know, public affairs, public management, public administration are concerned with those wicked problems that government and public services are supposed to address. And by the time we have the answers to these problems, they have mutated into a different kind of a virus or new problems have arrived. But our researches that have been presented in this colloquium tell us that how important information and data would be, because it is only with them that we can start addressing the problems. And so if we would make a synthesis of all the papers that have been presented, perhaps we can look at them in terms of, one, the focus on places or the situs of the research, and spaces. So we had a paper by Henry Basilio and Company that wrote on smart cities. What does a smart city mean? What are the components? How do we transform a city into a smart city? And also in terms of situs, we are talking here about how do we govern, because smart cities are local government units. There is a paper here on local governance, specifically the dynamics and the tension between autonomy and supervision, and the desire to develop an index, an autonomy index, and as a result of the Mandanas ruling, how ready are our local governments to accept this increased? Do they have the capacity to implement programs with the prospective increase in their era? also in terms of places, spaces, C2, there was the discussion about green and open spaces. Why? What have we done to our cities and urban areas where we have lost accessibility to green and open spaces? And there was also another, this paper was written by Hannah Gonzalez and Alexa Brillantes, who are the daughters of two presenters themselves. And then there was also the discussion on how do we continue in preserving and protecting our cultural heritage, the paper written by Ed Gonzalez, which using the principle of subsidiarity are the responsibility of local governments. And in terms of local government, how do we look at the Muslim area? How do we characterize Muslim governance so that our governance becomes more indigenous? And this is the paper being written, completed by Nasef Adjong, where we are challenged to consider the use of indigenous terms and concepts out of the European Western lenses. And then we look at processes, activities. What does government do with our solid waste? So there is a paper written here by the group of Dr. Mulu, Dr. Edgon, and Dr. Jal on sustainable consumption and production, looking at policies, best practices, and data sets. And another process has to do with how do we implement the SDGs at the local level. How do we track this? The paper written by Dr. Magno. And another process is how do we embed resilience in our local development planning for disaster risk management, and the perspective here of including anticipation. And this zeroes in now on the importance of futures thinking, where Professor Sherman and Sheila talked about how do we make our smart cities more resilient and regenerative. Now, all of these have to be grounded on those who are going to be in charge, tasked to implement, whether it's a smart city, a cultural heritage, an open space, local governance. So there are papers here presented on the role of education. What is now the curriculum of public administration? How is it being taught at the master's level, at the graduate level? And also a parallel paper on how are the SDGs being taught in the higher education institutions. This is the paper of Del Flores. And then how do we prepare those who are going to be in charge of all of this this is the paper of Dr. Alex, how do we prepare our leaders in our higher education institutions? So we have 15 papers. Then finally, what is the role of the private sector? How do we enrich our implementation of the SDGs by bringing in the private sector to help fund the SDG implementation through their own CSR. So these are all works in progress. But in all of this, we see the transformation of the focus of public management, of the discipline of public ad and the practice, from the focus on efficiency, economy, effectiveness, later on adding the three other E's of equity, ethics, and entrepreneurship. This is the paper of Reggie Ugadan on organizational entrepreneurial behavior, where he talks about innovation, risk-taking, and proactiveness. So the move from the E's, we have enriched the three E's of efficiency, economy, and effectiveness to include equity, ethics, and entrepreneurship. moving towards the R's, the issues of relevance, responsiveness, how do we address the wicked problems, and respectability that we gain by ensuring accountability. When public service and public programs are accountable, then we gain credibility and respectability. And the R of how do we embed resilience in what we do, the resilience of cities, the resilience of programs, and the concept of regenerativeness. How do we rediscover and reimagine ourselves so that we can be ready for the different futures that we would like to be realized. I just don't know where I can put here. It's neither an E nor an R. Inclusiveness, collaboration, participation, co-opetition, which are now important values. So the field of public management and public affairs is continuously developing and evolving. And so we are now just not concerned about being efficient, but we have to be responsive, not only to ensure that we are using our resources well, but making sure that when we use our resources, we are responsive and relevant. We are equitable, but at the same time, as we are equitable, we are also inclusive, collaborative, and cooperative. And in our actions, especially when we engage in entrepreneurship, in innovation, how do we ensure that we promote ethics and accountability? So for those who have stayed on, there is still 73 in the audience. We invite you to the other activities of the DAP-GSPDM. As you will know, this is part of our knowledge co-creation. The focus has all been on how do we strengthen, promote, enhance, improve, develop, implement the SDGs. That has been the bias. But in general, we're talking of how do we reform public service so that we can prepare for a better future. So on this note, we can say we have had a very enriching 2 days of sharing. And we thank you for your participation. Your comments, your questions in the chat box are going to be very helpful to our researchers who are going to go back to their working desks to complete their work, conscious of the questions that you have raised and the suggestions that you have made. So we thank you all, presenters and reactors. And this has been a learning experience. Mentor, mentee, mothers and daughters, teachers and students, colleagues in the academe and even in the private sector. Let us continue with this collaboration so that we can continue to build that knowledge base that is important to address the wicked issues in our society. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Lily, for seamlessly moderating the presentations and the open forum today. Celine just messaged me that you are the master synthesizer of all. That is always your role, and you're doing it excellently every time. Incredible. Thank you, Ma'am Lily. And of course, thank you to all our presenters and to our reactors/presenters. Before we formally close this event, I would like to give the virtual floor to our very own Senior Vice President and Dean, Dr. Lizanne Perante Calina, for her closing message.
Yeah, thank you very much, CJ. We are grateful to our senior research fellows for strategically shaping the DAP Graduate School as a research hub for public management knowledge co-creation through their research works. For year 2020, the General Appropriations Act or Republic Act number 11465, signed by President Rodrigo Duterte, granted funds for this research activities of the AP Graduate School, specifically on our research thrusts, which include sustainable development goals and futures thinking, and other programs on research activities on public management. And likewise, we are grateful to the Senate committees. We have the Senate Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovations, and Futures Thinking, chaired by Senator Pia Cayetano, and the Committee on Health, chaired by Senator Bongo. This is a manifestation of the Philippine government's interest on research and development. And we, here at DAP Graduate School, we will operationalize these research projects undertaken by our research fellows towards the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals, and there are 17 of those SDGs, by using futures thinking and foresight. And this is really towards developing an anticipatory governance mindset. And to our participants, thank you for ending the year with us in this knowledge co-creation activity. I hope to see all of you next year for many activities that have been lined up for all of you. And this is really part of our knowledge co-creation activities. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Hiraya Manawari.
Merry Christmas sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lizan. And of course, next year, when all the papers have been completed by our research fellows, we will see each other again for another forum like this. At that time, they will be able to present their full paper. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the people who have been working so hard to put everything together to make this colloquium a success. So I'd like to acknowledge our learning manager, Celine Abelia, DJ Bernardino, our learning manager, our learning associates. We have Edra Galgo, Malin Sabayo, Oliver Tan, and Matt Bailon. And of course, we are thankful for the guidance of Dr. Lizan, our dean, and Dr. Lily, our supervising fellow. So thank you. Before we end, I would like to request everyone to please turn on your camera for our group photo.
The mandatory
is going to facilitate this.
All right, I hope everyone is now ready for the photo of the year. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay po.
Thank you. If you want to go back to the proceedings, we are going to upload this to our Facebook page. The one yesterday has already been uploaded. Merry Christmas, everyone, and a prosperous New Year to all. Ingat
Merry
po.
Christmas! Happy New Year! Hiraya Manawari!
Thank you, everyone.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Doc Ed.
Thank you.
Thank you sa inyong lahat.
Thank you sa lahat. Thank you, Ma'am
Have a
Lily.
holly jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year.
Bye, Lisan. Bye,
I don't
CJ.
know if there'll be snow.
Bye,
Have
Oli.
a cup of
Bye, Alex.
Bye, bye.
Christmas. And when you walk down the street,
Bye,
say
Lisan.
hello to
Bye,
friends you
sweet
know,
baby.
and everyone